In this course, we're going to talk about HTML, CSS, and web development, and by the end of this course, you will be able to code static, full web page and websites. First, we need a code editor to write our code. Here is some examples of editors. We have VS Code, Sublime Text, Vim, and a bunch of others. But my personal choice is VS Code, and we're going to use this through this course. This is good to know that we can write HTML and run it without having a code editor. It just makes coding easier and faster. That I'm gonna show you through this course. First, we need to install VS Code. Here in Google, we go type VS Code. Here in the first website, we see visualstudio.com. We click on that. Here you see download for Windows. You're gonna click on this and the download should start automatically. After installing VS Code, you're gonna see something like this. Here is your welcome page in the VS Code. Mine is a little different because I've got installed theme on it. We need to create a folder to save our files on it. You can do it anywhere that you want. I'm gonna create it in desktop. I'm gonna name it HTML and put it right here. So now let's add this folder to our code editor. We can do it from here at folder button. After you click this icon, you're gonna see this button. And after clicking that, here let me select desktop and HTML. If we select this, yes, I trust. Here is our folder that we can create files in it, and it all shows the files here on this side. So let's create our first file. We're gonna select this HTML folder, and if you tap on this icon, you're gonna create new file, and this icon will create a folder for you. I'm gonna name this index.html. It's important to save all HTML files in this type ended with .html, so the computer knows that this file is HTML. Okay, let's answer this question. What is HTML? HTML stands for Hypertext Markup Language, or basically it is the tool that we use to create a structure of our website, like bones in a body. In HTML, we have elements or tags that we're gonna work with them through coding HTML, and they start with less than sign, the tag name, and greater than sign. This thing that you see automatically comes is because VS Code has an option called emit that automatically completes the rest of code that it's sure you're gonna type it. We have opening tag and closing tag in HTML. Here is opening tag and the closing tag. They are really the same. The only difference it has is this slash thing that comes before tag name in closing tag. And here we're gonna type anything that we want to put in the element. So let's start using a real HTML element to see how they work. For example, if we want to print a paragraph to our website, we're gonna use, as I said, less than sign. P stands for paragraph in HTML, and greater than sign. You'll see that my closing tag automatically comes, and here between these you can type anything that you want to be in your paragraph. Now, for example, type test is my text here. Now if we click on this index.html, it's gonna show us the page. Mine is open here. Here is our paragraph. It doesn't really matter what browser you use. I personally use Google Chrome. It's good. Here we see that we have our paragraph here. Now let's add a button to it. We go to our editor, and here, as I said, we're gonna start with less than sign. And if you try to write code in VS Code, you're gonna see these suggestions. I told you it's emit, and it's very useful. Here we have button, and if we tap it and close it, it automatically brings us the closing tag. For example, here, let's say click me, and if we save this again, and I'm saving with Ctrl S, but you can do this by here in File and Save. Both are the same, never mind. And if you want to see your what you have done, you just need to refresh this page. Here, okay, here we have click me button now here. It doesn't do anything because we're gonna use JavaScript later on later course to make this button do some things. But this is it. This is the simple HTML that you need to know to start with. When browser wants to show our HTML file, it's gonna read through this HTML file line by line and print them. So if we want to be our button to be above the paragraph, we just need to cut it and paste it here. And if we save this again and refresh the page, you see now our button is up and our paragraph comes below the button. Some of you might have this question, why we are using this type, this signs and other things. These are because of the syntax. What syntax is basically is the grammar. It's something like grammar in the English. It's the rules of HTML or any other programming language. I said earlier, HTML is not programming language, it's a markup language, but you have syntax in all programming languages. That if you don't follow the rules of the syntax, the code will not be understood by the browser or computer. For example, here if we take out this sign, we got something like this, save this, and now if we go to our HTML file and refresh it, you see we don't have it. This is because I have this. Let me delete that. Okay. Here you see we don't have paragraph anymore, and that's because we took this sign here. Now this comes automatically. If we save it again and refresh, you see that it's come back. In this part, we're going to talk about HTML elements and usage of them. Don't worry to forget them. I've created a full list of HTML elements that you might need, and I'll put the link of this file into the description. First thing I want to talk about is comment. Comment basically is a note for ourselves or other developers to know what we are doing, what we are coding. It will not show on the browser. We use the signs to add comments in HTML, and in VS Code we have this shortcut of Ctrl and slash that you can press, and it will bring comment layout for you automatically. Now if I write the text here and save the file, you'll see when I refresh the page I don't see anything because the text is inside this comment. It's a comment, it's not going to be rendered. But if I make this simple and refresh the page, you see that we have text here. When we want to code HTML, we should use this layout code. In VS Code, if you put this exclamation mark and press enter, you have this automatically. First thing you see in this code is this tag doctype HTML. This is basically defines the document type that the computer knows it's HTML. Then we have this HTML tag that defines the root of an HTML document, and we have this head part. And inside it we have this meta tags. Meta tags are basically data about the document that we are going to code. And this is the title that this title is going to show here on the browser on your tab. This head part basically contains metadata and information of the document, and these are not going to render or shown in the browser, but we need these to run our, for example, CSS files, JavaScript files, and others. And after that you see body tag. Body tag is where we are going to write our code. Here is where when you write something, it's going to render on your browser. Here is the main part and body of your document. For example, let's make this title HTML elements. And if I save this and refresh the page, you see now we have this HTML elements text on the tab. Now let's talk about other elements. If we want to add heading to our web page, we are going to use h1 to h6 tags, and the difference between them is the size of them. Here is the example of headings that if we run this, we see here h1 is the biggest, then we have h2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. If we want to add paragraph to our web page, we are going to use this p tag and we write our paragraph right here. And we save this and you see this paragraph here. Now, if I want to have some space before paragraph here, if I put some spaces and save them and refresh them, you'll see that nothing happened. This is because of this p tag. P tag automatically removes the spaces before and after the text itself. You can have spaces here. For example, if I save this, you see we have space here. But if we have in first of the paragraph or in the end, you'll see that we don't get them. To solve this problem, we can use some other tag called sprite. This makes the text exactly how you enter and shows that into the browser. For example, now if I make some spaces, write something here, and another spaces here, and if I save this and reload the web page, you see that we get exactly what we have wrote right here. If we need placeholder of text in our web page, we can use lorem. Here if I write lorem, you see that we get some random text that is here, and we can use this as example and placeholder in some places. Now let's fill this paragraph with lorem. If I write lorem here and after that I write the number of words that I want, it brings exactly that number of words into our paragraph. For example, let's say 35 here. If I enter and refresh the page, you'll see that here it's make us 35 words. If we want to add link to our web page, we are going to use anchor tag. Here we can write anything that we want to show in our browser. And here you see this href is basically attribute. What you need to know is they are something like settings or controls for the element, and they tell element what it should do. In this case, we have created link. We have that here. And if I click on that, you see that nothing has happened because we have not set to our code to HTML what we want to do with it. And here we need attributes. Here in href attribute, we are going to tell where we want our link point to. For example, let's say that we want to go to google.com when we click on this link. Here in href, we are going to write address of the Google. Now, if we click on this link, you see that we go to google.com. If we have multiple links here, we see that all of them are in a single line. And if we want each of them in a single line, we are going to use this tag called br. br is a single line break, and now if I refresh the page, you see that we have br here and it's breaked from here and make the rest of the document one line below this one. But in some case, we want to divide two parts of the documents. In those cases, we are going to use hr tag, and if I refresh the page, you see that this straight line that divides the document into sections. Now let's add button to our web page. To do that, we are going to use button tag, and here we are going to write whatever we want to show inside our button. For example, here I'm going to write click me. Okay, now if I refresh the page, you'll see this button. Now let's add image. To do that, first thing we need to have this image inside our folder. Now we need img tag to render that image into our web page. But you see, this img tag don't have any closing tag. In HTML we have some tags that they don't need a closing tag. Here we have two attributes. src for source and alt is basically a little description about the image. In VS Code, if you want to write your source easily, you just need to hold Ctrl and press space. Now you'll see our file and folders, and if you click on this image, you get the location of that right here. And for the description, I just say see here. And now if I refresh the page, that you see we have our image right here. Another attribute in image that you can use is height attribute. Here we can give height that the image show in that size. For example, here I say 100 pixels. And if I refresh the page, that you see our picture is resized. Okay, now let's say we want a list in our web page. Here, first, I wanna divide this. I told you how to do that. We just simply write HR. Here we going to have another line, and here we are going to write our list. We have two types of lists here, unordered and ordered lists. We are going to start with unordered lists. For that, we are going to use UL for defining our unordered list. And inside this UL, we are going to use LI to add our items. For example, here we have item 1. Let's make some items here. Item 2, 3, and 4. Now, if I refresh the page, you'll see that we have our unordered list here with 4 items. Now let's use ordered list. We use the same syntax, but instead of UL, we write OL. And here we have list item. Here we say item 1, item 2, 3, and 4. And we refresh the page, and here you see our ordered list. As I told you, HTML is the structure of the website. Sometimes we want to make some sections on it and design them. We are going to use this tag later in the CSS very much, and that is called div. In div, we divide HTML into some sections. Now let's say in our website we want some information from our user. To do that, we use input. Here, if you write input, you see some examples of inputs here that we are going to cover them. First one, we have text type. If I refresh the page, you see this box comes here that we write whatever we want, and later we are going to use form to get this from front end and save in our server. Next input type we are going to talk about is this number. Here, if we refresh, we see here we can't have any text here, but we can write numbers on it only. And we have this thing here that adds 1 and decreases 1 if I tap on it. Other input type that we are going to use again is password. Here is this box. Let me have this. Okay, here it's just like text, but when you type on it, you can't see what you are typing. You see in many websites that in password part they use this input type in their sign up or sign in forms. Then let's set break here, and we have input type of checkbox. Here we have this simple checkbox here that can return us our Boolean variable that we are going to cover these and all type of variables and programming in other languages later. Then we have our color input that if we have here, we can click on that and select any color that we want in RGB. And here we have input with the type of date. If I refresh the page, you see here, if I click here, we can select any date that we want. And after that, we have these other inputs, something like files that we can select file from our computer. We have email and bunch of others, image, number, we have covered that, and something like this. Now in the last, let's talk about iframe. In iframe, you basically, now let's divide this again, and the next topic I want to talk about with you is iframe. What iframe is the option that we can use to show other websites inside our website. For example, here I use as a source, I use my personal web page to show you this iframe. If I refresh the page, here you can see what we have here is our web page. In this video, we are going to talk about HTML style attribute and inline CSS that they use to add styles to an element such as color, size, font, and more. I told you earlier that HTML is the structure of the website, but the visual parts such as fonts, colors, place of different elements is controlled by CSS that we are going to cover later in the course, but now here we have our inline CSS and style attribute that we can use this attribute to add a style to our elements to make you a little more familiar with CSS. Basically, HTML is the bones and CSS is our skin. The way we are going to use style attribute is like this. First, we have our tag name. After that, we have this style attribute. This is the syntax, and we can have the closing tag here, or it depends on the element that we want to write. After that, here we are going to write our CSS code. And the way we are going to write that, we are going to write property here, and after this, here we have our value. For example, let's create another HTML file and make it a little prettier so you can be more familiar with CSS. I told you earlier, if you just type this exclamation mark and press enter, you have this template type HTML that we can use in our code. And let's open this HTML file so we can see what we are doing. Here it is. Let me close this. Okay. For example, here I have h1 tag and here is our title. And if we want to make the color of this, for example, red, we are going to type style. Then here we have this color property, and here we are going to type our value. For example, here I want to make it red. And if I refresh the page, you see that our h1 element now is in red. But you can change this, for example, make this blue. And if I refresh, you see that now we have blue text. And if we want to add our RGB values here in the CSS, we can just type RGB here. And inside this, we are going to pass our numbers. For example, 255, 255, and 255. This is the white colors RGB code. Here, if I refresh, because it's white, you're not gonna see anything. For example, let's make this 54. Now, if I refresh the page, you see that we have passed our RGB color here, and our H1 element is in the same color. Beside of that, we can use the thing called RGBA. What RGBA is simply the same RGB, but after these numbers, we're going to add another number that is opacity of the element. For example, if I make it half of the opacity, refresh the page, you see that it's got a little disappearing type thing on it. And if we want to pass the hex code of a color here, we can just type sharp here, and after that we can pass our color. Now you see, if I refresh the page, our title is now in some green thing color. But you can use this simple thing to control your color. If you hover on this, you have this window open that you can make your color as you want, and this is the opacity of that. For example, I wanted something like this, orange and in full opacity. If I refresh, you'll see now I have this color here. Now let's add another HTML tag here, and in this one we are going to pass background to our element. First we're going to clear this color, and then we are going to type background color, and here you see we have this suggestions here. We click on that, and then here what color we pass as the color we are going to have in our HTML file. For example, I like this royal blue color. Let's click on that and refresh the page. You see now we have our background right here. This space you see before and after this rectangular, we are going to cover that. It's because of margins and paddings, in this case margins. We are going to cover this in CSS part. Now let's make this color for seeing it better. Refresh the page. Yeah. Now let's add border to our element. First, let's copy this line, and to duplicate a line, you can press Shift, Alt, and hold them and use arrows to duplicate the line. Let's write border here. Okay, now in the CSS part, we are going to type border, and in this part we are going to pass 3 values. First one is the width of the border that we want. For example, here let's say we want it to be 2 pixels. Okay, after that we are going to define how our border we want to be. For example, we want it to be solid, dotted, or others. In this case I'm typing solid for the first try, and then we are going to pass the color that we want. Let's use hex here, for example 45 F26 4. And if I refresh the page, let's see, yes, here we have a little syntax error. Here you see that we got our border right here. And if I make this, for example, 5px and refresh the page, you see that we have our border changed, and we can have this in other ways too. For example, let's test dotted. We simply write dotted here, and if I refresh, you see that the style of our border is now changed. And one another example, for example, dashed. Refresh the page, you see now it's like this. We're going to cover all type of borders and other things. I told you in the CSS part, and I will create a cheat sheet for it and put the link in the description of that video. Another thing that we can use with CSS is to define our height and width. For example, here let's make image tag and test that properties in that element. I told you earlier how to create that. We type image, or you can just simply type img and the VS Code automatically create this for you. And here if you press Ctrl and space, you see your files and you can pick this. If I refresh the page now, you'll see that we have this image here, but it's not the right size. We want this be a little smaller. So we are going to add our style attribute here, and here we can have our width property, and let's say we want it 200 pixels. And if I refresh the page, you see that we have this. the height of the image is automatically set when we put width here. But let's make this a little bigger, 400 pixels. Let's make this 5. Okay, yes, this is good. But let's say we want to make the height of the image a little more bigger. After this semicolon, we're going to type our height property and, for example, 400 pixel for the height. And if I refresh that, you see our change into the file. Let's clear this height to make this prettier. Okay, now have this. But here in the width, we can use other type of measurements. For example, we can use percent of the box that the element inside of it. For example, if I type here 50% and refresh the page, you see it's 50% of the base element that our image element is inside it. And here our base element is body that we have image inside it. For example, we have VW for view width, and this is this. We are going to see lots of this in this CSS part. Next topic I want to talk with you is our fonts. To do that, I'm gonna create paragraph here. For example, lorem 5 here is enough. Now you'll see our paragraph in basic font. But if we want to add font to it, we're going to type style here. And after that, we're going to type font family right here. This is our property. And for the value, we're going to pass the name of the font that we want. For example, if I write this name here and refresh the page, you'll see that now we have our font changed. You see, if we want to add a style to our web page like this with this style attribute and inline CSS, and by the way, if we write the CSS inside our HTML, this is called inline CSS. We're going to cover other type of CSS later, but you see that this takes too much time and energy. Because of that, we are going to create another CSS file and link it into our HTML so we can use and control it easier. So we're going to talk about CSS and how to style our web page. CSS stands for Cascading Style Sheets and describe how HTML elements are to be displayed on a screen paper or in other media. CSS saves a lot of work. It can control the layout of multiple web pages all at once. We have talked about inline CSS in the last video, and in this video we are going to talk about external style sheets. For creating external style sheets, we are going to first open our editor, and here we are going to create a new file with what name we want, and it should end with .css. For example, in this case, I'm going to name it style.css. Now here we're going to code our CSS, and later we're going to link this to our HTML file to show elements in the way that we want. This is how syntax of CSS looks like. First, we have our selector right here that we're gonna talk about it in minutes. And after this, we have this curly braces. That means what we put inside this is going to apply to what we have selected. Then we have our property, and we put columns here to separate it from our value. And then after this, we're going to put semicolons to end this line. And we're going to put our next property and value after this semicolon. To apply our CSS, first we need our CSS and HTML file to know each other. We can use CSS in 3 ways. First one is inline CSS that we have covered in the last part, and it's like this. Another way of implementing CSS in our HTML file is we can add a style tag right here, and here we can code our CSS. And third and the most common way is to create separated CSS file and link it to our HTML file. And we use that with the link tag inside our head tag in HTML file, like this. We type link. Here you see we have CSS. We tap on this. And now, as you see, this href attribute is pointing to our style file. But you might have a style file with a different name. For example, here we can create test.css. And to link this to our HTML file, we're just gonna copy this, and instead of this style, we're gonna type test. Now our file, our HTML file and our CSS file are linked. Okay, now I'm gonna delete this. And let's delete this style tags too. Okay, and now, and let's delete this file too. Okay. In VS Code, if you want to have both your HTML file and CSS file open, you can just drag it and put this in which template that you want. I'm gonna put it right here and close this side. Okay, now let's run our HTML file. I had show you how to do this. We have a live server. We just tap on it and wait for the web page opens. Okay, I have right here, like, let's make this. Now we're going to cover some most used selectors, but we will have a separate advanced selectors part later in the channel. Let's say we have a h1 tag here with the text of test, and we want to change the color of the h1 element to red. To do that, we type just h1 in our CSS and put our curly braces after that. And here I have shown you, and we were going to talk about all these properties and values later, but for changing the color, we're going to type color here and the color that we want. For example, we want it red. We just type red, and now you'll see our h1 has been red. But remember this, here we have selected h1 elements in the file. So if we have, for example, 3 of this, all 3 of these are going to be red. And let's say we want our p tags to be in green. To do that, we select our p tags right here, and in this curly braces, we give it the color. If I spell it right, we want them to be green. And here, if I zoom in a little, you can see our p tags are green. But let's say we want our second one only to change color. To do that, here we have some things called classes. Here we are gonna give a class name to our element, and after this, when we select the element, instead of element name, tag name, we are going to select the class, and it will select all of the elements with this class in it. For example, here we have p2 class name for this element. Here, if we write p2, nothing happens. We see our color has changed, but actually we wanted second one to be green, and here we see both of these in the black. That's because we haven't selected the class name. We have selected the tag name, and the browser is searching the HTML file for p2 tag. To do that, we just add a dot before our name. And now here you see we have our second paragraph became green. We have another way of selecting elements by ID, and here in the second h1 element, I'm gonna type an ID, and here I can give it ID. For example, I write just test ID here, and to select that, here we're gonna just type this number sign, and after that we're gonna put our ID name that we have given. Here it is test ID, And after it, we can, for example, actually this is lowercase d. Here we can make the color, for example, blue. And as you see, now our second element is blue. But let's say we wanna select all of the elements that we have here. To do that, we clear all of this. We put star for selecting all of the elements in the file. And after curly braces, for example, we want them to be in the purple color. And you see now all of these has changed to purple. Let me zoom in a little. Okay. And beside this, we have something called group selecting. For example, let's say we want our second H1 element with the ID of test ID and our p tags to be in red. To do that, we're gonna select our ID first. For example, here we have test ID, and after this we're going to put comma, and after this we're going to select whatever we want. For example, here I want our p elements, and after that we have our curly braces, and we can change the color to, for example, red. Now you see both our paragraphs and our second H1 element has changed to red. For comments in CSS, we do this syntax. First, we have this to start the comment, and wherever we want to end, we do opposite of this. First, we put our star and then our slash. Now let's select our second H1, and let's say we want to change its background color. Here, we're gonna type background color, and here we can pass whatever we want. For example, in this case, I'm gonna type blue. And as you see, now we have the blue background on H1. But if we want to add image for background, we're gonna type here background image. And here we're gonna type URL first. And inside these parentheses, we're gonna tell the path of it. For example, here we have our c.jpg, and we're gonna type it right here. And now you see it has our background, but besides of the sizing, we don't have the full view of it. To fix this problem, we can have our background size right here, and for example, if we put this in cover mode, you can see now we have our image right here in better size. The next thing we're gonna talk about is background attachment. To do this, we're gonna type background attachment right here. And for example, if we put this in scroll and we have, let's make our page a little longer. Okay, now if we put this in scroll and scroll this, you see now we have our background image scrolling normally. But if we put this in fixed mode, you see now if I scroll, you see how it behaves. It's something like behind the page, and we have this window type thing here that shows the image. And beside this, we can do this all with this shorthand command background. And here, for example, we can give this a color of, for example, purple right here. Or if we want a background image, we can do like this. And here we're gonna have it again. In this part, we are going to talk about borders in HTML and CSS. The CSS border properties allow you to specify the style, width, and color of an element's border and divide it from the background. We need to set style, width, and color of the border to see it inside our file. To do that, let's say we have our H2 tag here. with the class name of border, and we're going to select that here, border. And let's say we have our text right here, and we want to specify our border style. To do that, we just type border-style, and for example, let's say we want it to be solid. Okay. Now you'll see we have our border right here, but let's change it to red. We type border color and make it red. And to change the width of it, we're gonna type border dash width, and let's say we want it to be 10 pixel. Here you can see we have this. In CSS we have 8 type of borders that I'm going to show you one by one. Let's make this 5 pixel. Okay, first one is this solid one. It's just straight line. Next one we have our dotted border. It's combination of dots that align in the way that we can see a border around our element. Next one we have our dashed border, and it's just like dots, but instead of dots here we have our dash. After this we have our double border, and this is basically 2 lines next to each other. Next one we have is this. It depends on the border color value. Another one is this, that we can have the opposite of previous one. And we can have inset borders like this, and the opposite of this actually outset, just like this. Now instead of writing 3 lines of code for this, we can use shorthand of border. We just type border right here, and here first we're gonna write what type of border we want. For example, I want it to be solid. Then the thickness I want to be 2 pixel, and the color. For example, here let's make this 00FF76. But let's say you want your border only in the bottom of your element. To do that, you just add dash bottom right here, and now you have only the bottom border. You can do this with left, right, and top 2. And actually we can do this, for example, make all the borders this green type thing, and for example make we don't have semicolon, that's why we're getting error here. We want our for example left border to be in blue. We're gonna fix this. Okay, now see all of them are green and our left one is blue. As you can see here, we have some spaces outside of our border here. This is what we call margins. Margins are basically the space that we want to have between our elements. To make this disappear, first here we're gonna select all of our elements and set the margin to 0. And now you can see we don't have those spaces anymore. And this is good to say that if you write something in the CSS and below that you write another one, the first one is going to be ignored. For example, here if we want to add a margin to our border again, here we just type margin. Well, let me add this semicolon here. Margin, for example, we want that to be 20 pixels. Okay, now you can see we have this because as we have typed this margin property here, this will ignore the border and the border is going to have this margin size instead. As told you in the border, we can have multiple margin for every side that we want. For example, here, let's say we want our left margin only to be 20 pixels. Here you can see we have this only in the left side, or we can have all at once like this. Make this, let's 10. Okay, now let's say we want our right margin to be 5 pixel. Here we have the 5 pixel margin on the right and 10 pixel for the all other sides. Another thing we can have in our margins, we can have this in auto mode that calculates the margin as it should be automatically. But let's say we want our top margin to be 10 pixel. We want our left to be 20, 30 for the bottom, and we have right, for example, 40. Here what we want, and instead of these 4 lines, we can actually use the shorthand of this. We just type margin, and after this, if we write single value, it will go and select all sides and apply to them. For example, if I write 10 pixel as before, you can see now we have 10 pixel all around it. But if I add another element right here, for example 20 pixels, you see that this 20 pixels actually applied to right and left, and 10 pixel is have applied on top and the bottom of the element. And if we add another 2 of them right here, you can see now it goes from top, right, bottom, left values right here. And we can change anything that we want from here in this shorthand mode. And now let's say we don't want our margins here, but we want to change our elements width and height. Okay, to do that we just type width here. For example, we want it to be in 50 pixels. Here we have it. And for the height, we want it maybe 150 pixels. And there you have it, as we have typed here. But here, if we type initial here, it will change the value to its default size. And here, if we do it here, you can see we have that default as the same that we didn't have right at the width and height right here. Another one we can have this inherit mode. And in this, the width will be inherited from its parent value. Here, for example, let's say we have div which has this h2 inside of it. And here, if I select our div and give it the width of 50%, and let's add border here to see what's going on. Border, I want it solid, 1 pixel, red. Okay, now you'll see our div is 50% of our body, and our border we have with inherit has inherited it, and it is the 50% of a div which is its parent element. Now let's talk about max width and max height. Let's delete this h1 here and the styles of it. Okay, instead of border, I want to give this background color of black and height of 100 pixels. So this is our div. Now let's change this to 50 pixels either. Let's make this 150. Okay. Now this is 100 pixel in width and 100 pixel in height. And don't matter how we can change the size of our browser, it will stay fixed right here. But if we want to, for example, make this in 50%, you can see now if we resize the window, the div will automatically be resized. But let's say we want to have it all the values below 400 pixels. To do that, we here add the property of max width, and here we're gonna put our maximum value that we want to have it. For example, here if I write 400 pixel, you can see here under 400 pixel it is dynamic 50%. But as I go above 400 pixel, you see now it has stayed just as it was. And let's make this a little smaller so you can see the difference better. Okay, here you can see now we have our dynamic, and as I go above the thing, it stays on 200 pixels. And we have opposite of this. For example, we want it to be 50% of a page, but we want it to be at least minimum of, for example, 100 pixel. 150 pixels right here. Now, you see, as it is larger than 150, it's going to act on this rule, 50% of the page. But as we shrink it lower than the 150 pixel, you see it stays static and fixed. And as I said, we have both this minimum and maximum to our height property as well. Now let's have border here, 1 pixel solid red. Okay, we want the width for 200 pixels and height to 150 pixels. Okay, now let's add some text here. To do that, first we're going to have our title, and after this we have our paragraph with lorem 45, for example. That's a little much. Lorem 15 should be all right. Yes, this. Okay. Now let's say we want a space on the left side of our paragraph. To do that, we can actually use margins on paragraph, or if we want to add to all of the div, we can use something like padding. Padding is space inside of the border. Here is the layout of it. Here we have our border. Here we got our content, what we have put inside the tags. Here is the margin space, and here we have our padding space. For example, here, if we want to shift this a little to the right, we're just gonna add padding left here. For example, 20 pixels, and as you see, now we have this 20 pixel space on the left of the div, and as well as left, as I told you before, we have our right value, top value, and all other things, and we can make padding all over just like this, and in the shorthand this will actually this 20 pixels is for top and bottom, this is for left and right, and we can have this type of things too to make it even more customizable. Another thing is what we have in this layout. We got this outline outside of the border and before of the margin. For example, here if I going to say our outline, and outline is just like border. We gonna type the width of it. For example, I want it 4 pixels. The type of it, let's make this dotted, and the color of it, let's make this blue here. Now you see we have this right here, and if I add a margin here, margin top of 20 pixels, you see now we have this margin right here, our outline here, our red solid border right here, our padding here, and then we got our content of element. And outline is something like second layer border. We're going to talk about various styling techniques for text, fonts, and links with CSS. So let's get started. First, let's open our VS Code and run our live server. Okay, let me align this. The first thing we're going to talk about is how to style our text. For text, we can adjust 4 things. First one is the color, second is the size, and then we have its alignment, and at the end we have its decorations. We have covered some of them before, but I'm gonna remind them again. First, let's have our paragraph right here, and with test text inside it. Now let's select our paragraph in our CSS. For changing color, we just have this color property right here, and then the color that we want right here. The second one is the size of the text that can be dynamic and static. For dynamic values, we have view width, view height, percentage, and for the static values, we have our regular pixels, rem, and etc. And now, for example, if we want to make this a little larger, we just type font-size, and then we give the value. For example, here I want it to be 15 pixels. For dynamic, we can use view width that you can see if I resize the window, the text will resize automatically. Next thing we have in text is alignment that we can have in 3 ways: center, right, and left. Syntax is simply text dash align, and if I put this in center, you can see our text is now in the center of our page. Or we can have this in right mode that you can see now it's in the right, and the default value is the left. The final thing in our text part is decorations, which has 4 properties, and in the end I will show you how to use the shorthand to make your code better. The first thing we have is text decoration line, that the syntax is just I say text decoration line. And here we have some options. We have overline, that is a line above our text. Then we have our underline, which is the text below our text. Another thing we have is this line through, that is in the middle of our text. Then we have this inherit mode that can get the item from its parent tag, and our initial, which is the base settings, and onset is something like off or none. For example, let's make this underline right here. The next one we have is the color of our decoration, and the syntax is text-decoration color right here. For example, here let's make it blue, and you can see now our underline is changed to blue. Then we have our style of decoration, and it's text-decoration-style. And here as our borders, we have our dashed, dotted, double, solid, and just like these. For example, let's make our underline double in this case. And the final thing, we have our text decoration thickness, that we can pass value based on our design. For example, here let's make this 1.5 pixels, and you can see we got our changes. And at the end, we can have all of these in our shorthand command, which is just text dash decoration. And now here we're going to type of line first. For example, here we want it to be overline, and then the color, for example, let's make this green. And then we can have our style. For example, let's make this dotted here. And at the end, we can have our thickness. For example, let's make this 3 pixels. And as you know, our CSS will ignore these because we have overwritten it right here. So we can have delete these items. Next thing we're going to talk about is fonts and how to apply them. Using a font that is easy to read is important. The font adds value to your text. It's also important to choose the correct color and text size for the font. In CSS, we have 5 generic font families that we can use without importing. And the syntax is like this. First here, we have our property of font-family. And then here, we're going to type our font. For example, here, if I just type this font name, you can see now our text has changed to this font. Here we have our serif, then our sans-serif, then we have our monospace font, then we have our cursive, and at the end we have our fancy font. Beside these fonts, we can have our own fonts in web page. To do that, first we're going to download the font and place it in our folder. For example, I have downloaded this font and have this right here in our main folder. To use this font, first we need to set this in our style file. And this is the syntax. First here we have our @ sign, and then we have our font-face. Then in our curly braces, here we have our font family, which here we're going to pass a name that we use this name later to use this font. For example, here I'm gonna name this just font 1. And then in the second line, here we're going to type src, and here we're going to type our URL and address of our file right here to our CSS file. Know where is our font file. And in VS Code, if you press Ctrl and space, you can see your folder. And if I select this, and here in our paragraph, changing the font family to font 1, now you can see our font has changed. Next thing we're going to talk about is CSS links and how to style them. First of all, we need a link in our HTML file, and to do that we use anchor tag, and here we have our link. As you see, it has default decoration on it with underline and some color. To change that, we can use all things that we have learned in our text part. For example, if we want to remove the underline, what we gonna do is select anchor tag first, and then here we can use text decoration and put it into none. And here you can see now we don't have that line anymore. And for the color, we can use the color and make it, for example, black. In addition, links can be styled differently depending on what state they are in. The 4 link states are a link in a normal unvisited situation, and then a link when the user mouse over it or hovers on it, and then a link that user has visited it, and then a link when you click on it and select that. To change them, we use the syntax. After our selector, we put this double columns, and then here we can specify our state that we want to change it. For example, here, if I want to change the hover mode, I just type hover here, and then let's make the color, for example, red here. And now if I hover on this link, you can see that the link has been read. Then we have active, just like this, that we can, for example, say we want the color to be in green. And now you see if I click on this, the link is going to be green. A normal link style can be changed just by selecting it. It don't matter. Selecting it with class name, ID. You can use any selectors, but here, for example, let's make the color, for example, purple. And for decoration, we can use text decoration, and let's make that underline the spear. Okay, now you have this. But we have a role in this active, hover, and states of link. We should use hover after link and visited state, and we can use the active after we have used our hover mode. For example, if we use this above this, you can see we have link and hover, but when I click on that, we don't get this green one. That's because of the rule that we should follow. So the order should be something like this. We're going to talk about lists and how to style them in CSS. First, let's open our code editor so we can write our code inside it. And now let's run this with our live server so we can get the result. Okay, first one is the unordered list, which has something like bullets, circles, and something like these to specify the items. For having unordered list, we just type UL as unordered list in the HTML and LI as list item inside the tag. So inside our body, first we're going to have our unordered list, which is UL, and then inside this, for example, let's have 3 items. Then we copy this 3 times, or we can use this shorthand, which is we type the tag name and then star and how many times we want this tag to be repeated. For example, in this case, we want this 3 times. So we put the 3 and then press enter. And inside this, let's have item 1, item 2, and then item 3. Okay, now we'll see we have our list, but none of them are numbered. We have just this things that specifies the item itself. But in the CSS part, we can change what type of list style we want. And we do this with list style tab property. First, let's select our unordered list to change the style. To do that, we just select our unordered list, and then inside these, we can change what type of list style we want, and we do this with list style type property. So I type here list dash style dash type. And now here I have some things you see. For example, if I select this square, you can see that our bullets has changed to these squares. We can have some other things. For example, if you look at here, we have this ones that change the list style type, but these can change the type into the ordered list. For example, here, if I select this one, you see now we have this 1 to 3 and numbers beside our items. But the good way of doing this is instead of doing this, we just do this as ordered list. Change the tag to ordered list. And this too. Now you can see it automatically have these numbers inside it. And here we can select our ordered list, and if I type our property, and for example here, if I change to this, now we have it in unordered one. Here you can see some of them that we can change. It really depends on your own opinion and your design that which one of these you need to use. And if we want to have image instead of bullets, we can use list style image property and give the image to show inside of it. So let's have our list dash style dash image property right here.
And to give the image, here we're going to type URL, and inside these parentheses, we're going to specify the path of icon or GIF that we want to use as our list. And we need to have that icon or something like that inside our file. For example, here I have this item.png that I'm going to use inside this list. So here I'm gonna type the path of my image, which is item.png. And as you see now, our list items has changed to this image. Another thing we have is the position of our list style. To do that, let's add some words here. For example, 40 words is enough. If I want my list item to be inside of this paragraph, I need to add this list dash style dash position property. And if I set this to inside, that now you see my list style item is now inside of our items. And if I give a border to our list items, just like this, border solid 1 pixel red, for example, now you see our items inside of our border. But if I have this in the outside mode, you can see now we have these things outside of our list item container. Then we have our definition list, which in this type we can have our items and description of them below that item, which we can write information about our item in there. To do that, let's first clear these, remove our orders list and styles of them. Okay. To do that, first we need to have our DL as definition list inside our HTML code. And inside of this, we have two types of tags. First one is the DT, which is the title. And then we have our DD tag. And this one is the description for this title. For example, if I write this one, now you see we have this title right here, and here we can have description of this title right here. Or you can use this one as child of this one too. And if I have multiple of these, like this, and we can have description for some of them and don't have description for some other. And one of the other ways that we can style our list is to have, for example, an ordered list right here, and let's have 3 items inside of it. Okay, with item right here, one is here, and the other one is right here. Is that we can have background color for our UL tag and then some other color for our LI tag. And in this type, it's good to remove our list style thing. For example, here, let's select our UL. And here I type list style, the type, and set this into none. Now you see we don't have any other bullets, alphabets, or something like that in our list. And here we can specify the background color. For example, let's make this something like this. Yes, this is good. And then we can have our LI, and let's make the background of this to some color a little lighter. And if we have some margins right here, for example, 10 pixels is enough in this case, you see now our items are divided from the background, and if we play with these margins and paddings, we can use this in better style and use these in our web page.
In this video, we are going to talk about tables in both HTML and CSS. First, let's open our code editor. Here I have simple HTML file and CSS file which has linked into this HTML. Let's run this with our live server. Okay, now
For using table, we have this table tag, which we use this to contain all of our other elements and tags about table inside this tag. After writing our table, here first we're going to create table row, and it starts with tr and ends with tr. Now in here we have our first row of our table, which tr stands for table row. And inside this table row we have td tag, which is the content of the table cell, and we can have multiple of these. But sometimes we want our cells to be the table's header cells. To do that, we use th instead of td in here. And as you see now, our text has been bold. Let's create a full table right here. First, we use this th tag to specify our header cells in our first row. For example, here we put name right here. For example, age here. For example, favorite color here. And then favorite car right here. And below this, let's import another row, and inside this we are going to specify the items that we have wrote in top. For example, we write the name Ali right here, and then in this system each cell go below the above cell in the position that those are, which means our first td tag is going to be below name, second one is going to be below age, third one is going to be below favorite color, and the fourth one right after this. So for age, let's put 35 here. Favorite color, for example, black. And favorite car, let's say BMW M4. Okay, now let's have another row too. This one's name is Ted. Age is 24. Favorite color is purple, and in the car, let's say Challenger. And let's have another row too. For the name, we put Tony. Age 28. Color red. And car, let's say Wiper. You see now we have something like table right here, but we don't have its lines and the cells aren't separated in a good way. To separate them, here in our CSS, we're going to target our table first and give this a border. But as you see, it has put border only around the table, not in our cells. For doing that, we use td here instead of table. And for having these borders in our th tags too, we add th tag right here. Now you'll see we have our borders. But this is the problem here. You see now we have doubled border all around our table. To fix that, we use the border collapse property, and we use this in our table. Here we use border dash collapse and set this to collapse. Now you'll see we have fixed that problem. In some cases, we need two items in one cell. One way of doing that is to separate item using dash or comma. For example, here let's say Ali likes black and blue. We can write this like this, but this is not a professional way. What we can do is we can split cell itself horizontally or vertically to two cells and write each value in that. So here we add another cell and write blue right here. But you see now we have our structure messed up. So here in the third cell of each row, we're going to use something called call span and put this in which number that we want to use. For example, here we want two cells
to be in our favorite color. This is the third cell in our row in each row. So we use col span, and here we use 2. Now you see we have this favorite color, this cell, taking 2 cells space. And we are going to do this to all cells except the cells that we want to be like this. So we're going to add this col span 2 to this one, and then to this one. Now you'll see we have our structured table with 2 cells inside this one cell that specifies 2 color for Ali's favorite color. So let's remove this col span. Now let's think Ted's color is black too. But we want to write only one cell here that contains both Ali and Ted and specifies their color. To do that, we use row span right here. For example, if I write row span on the top element, what number I'm going to type right here, this cell is going to put those numbers of rows spaced. For example, if I put 2 right here, you can see now it has 2 cells space right here. And if we change this to 3, you can see now it has 3 cells space. So we use this too, and because we have this black right here, we're going to remove Ted's black from its row. Now you see we have this that specifies both Ali's and Ted's color. But let's say we want our content to be center of our cells. To do that, we use text align property right here and use center that makes all of the content centered in our cells. Or we can have end, which puts everything into right side. We can have left right itself, and start that is just like this, which I'm going to use center right here. And one other thing that we can have is our vertical align, that we can have this in baseline, which is the top level, and then we can have this in bottom. We can have this in middle, as you see, and bunch of others, for example, super and etc. Which here I'm going to put this in middle too, which I don't need this here because its default value is like this, and I'm good with this. Let's fix this black thing too, and add this black to our head, and let's make this purple. Okay. Another thing that we can have is to give color to our tables. For example, let's say we want our head cells to be in blue. So we select our TH tags, and let's say we want the background to be something like this. Now we have this background right here. And let's say we want our rows or body of our table to be in, for example, this color. Now you'll see we have this. But sometimes we need to set color only on odd or even rows. For example, if we have lots of rows, that, as you see, it's complicated right here. To fix this issue, we can set background color differently for odd and even rows. That can help us read our tables better. To do that, after selecting this row, we use this double column. This is called pseudo-elements and classes that we are going to cover in the next part. But just know this. If we want to set color differently based on odd or evenness inside our tables row, we're going to write just this dash child, and here we can specify
For example, I want odd values. Now you can see we have only odd values. Change the color, or we can change this to even like this. And if you want to change the colors of columns instead of rows with this pattern, instead of selecting row, we're going to select the cells of our rows, TD right here. Now you can see we have all of our ages and colors in this color. And here we can use some other formulas to specify this. For example, let's write 3n. This thing is going to apply only in values like 3, 6, 9, 12, and etc. For example, 3n plus 1, that's going to apply to this and this one. Yes, you can use any formula that you want right here. And let's make our table a little smaller. Tony, Ted, I think this is good. We have 1, Ted. Extra. Okay, now this is good. And let's make this a little better looking thing. And let's style a good looking table right here. First, I'm going to remove border from our cells, and I want them only in our header cells. Then here, let's select our rows. Let's give default background for our rows. For example, here, let's say we want this something like blue. Yes, this is good. And then for 3n values, we want this to be something like this. And for 3n plus 1 values, I want the background color of, let's say, this one. Now you can see we have separated all of the rows by only colors themselves. In today's video, we're going to talk about display, position, z-index, overflow, and how to align our elements on our web page. First of all, let's open our code editor. Here I got simple HTML file that has link to this CSS file, and we're going to open this with our live server. First of all, let's talk about display property. This is one of the important CSS properties for controlling the layout. The display properties specify how an element is displayed. Every HTML element has a default display value depending on what type of element it is. The default value for most elements is block or inline. And let's show you what's the difference between block and inline element. Let's say here we have a p tag right here. Lower pi here, okay. And then we have h1 with test heading right after that. Now, if I select all of the elements inside body and give the background color of, for example, black, you see both of these elements has taken the all width that they can do. But for example, let's change this color, for example, to red, so we can see the text too. If we have our span tag right here and write our text here, you see here we have our background just in this part, and we don't have this anywhere else. And if I delete this part of our paragraph, you see empty space has taken by our paragraph tag, but we don't have in our span. So this type of elements which take all the width of the parent block when we use them is called block elements. And the elements which are like these that don't take all of the space
and take only the space that it needs is called inline elements. But actually we can change the type of these two. For example, let's select our h1 tag right here and set the display property to inline. Now you see our h1 element is taking only the necessary space that it needs and no other empty spaces. For example, div heading tags, paragraph, form, header, footer, and section tags are block level elements, which always starts on a new line and takes up the full width available. And for inline elements, we can have something like span or anchor tag or our image tag. Let's say we have some other spans right here with the label of test1, test2, and test3. Test4 too. And let's delete these two. Another thing that we can do with our display property is we can set the display to hidden or none. For example, first let's give this an ID. I set the ID to S2. Okay, now here, if I select that S2, and if I want to hide this element, I can do with this property display, and in the value, I'm going to type none. Now, as you see, we have our test1, we have our test3, and test4, but we don't have our test2 right here. But sometimes maybe we want our test3 and test4 to be in their places like this. We want test3 to be here, test4 to be here, and we want the space of test2 to be blank space white. To do that, we have another property that is very useful called visibility. And we can set this visibility to hidden, for example. Now you see, we have all of the elements in their places, and our test2 span has taken the space what is now hidden, and we cannot see that. And if we change this, you can see now our test2 span came back. So let's create a simple web page so I can show you the usage of position property. First, let's have our margin and 0. First, we have our h1 here. Then we got our paragraph, for example, lorem 50 is enough here. Then we got our div, which we're going to use our position property on this div. And let's have this div text inside this. This is div actually. Okay. And then we have another paragraph with 150 words. Now let's select our div. Let's give this background of, for example, blue, not black, blue. Let's make this a little lighter. Yes, this is good. Okay, first of all, we have 5 options in our position. First, let's talk about static. If I set our position into static, you see now if I scroll the web page, our block is behaving normally as it should be in normal. And this is the same as we don't have this line of code. Then after this, we have thing called relative. What this is, basically this is going to behave by properties that we control it. For example, we have top here that we can set a space. For example, here I'm going to set 50 pixels right here. Now you see here, it has its own space taken right here, but it's actually 50 pixels below that space and showing right here. We can use the other values like left, for example, 10 pixels here. And after this, we have values like right and bottom, all 4 sides here, and they are just their name and the value that we want to have space. And we have all 4 sides that we can control this. After this one, we have another thing called fix. In this position, as you see, we don't have any space taken by our div. Actually, our div don't have a space in our web page, but it's a layer above our web page and showing right here. And if I scroll the web page, you see web page scrolling, but our div is not scrolling and fixed based on the size of our screen. Next thing we have is absolute value. When we use this, notice that in this value, as we had in fixed mode, we don't have any spaces taken by our div. And if we set the controls, for example, top 0 right here, you see it don't act from its space. Actually, it's going to apply in whole page and it sets top from the start of the web page. But in relative mode, we had our space of our div here. And if, for example, we set 10 pixels from it, it calculates 10 pixels from here to below. But in the absolute mode, the top is going to start from the top of our web page. Another thing that we have after these, we have this sticky mode, which is actually something between relative and fixed mode. For example, here, if you see I scroll the page, you see now we have this div acting normally. But if I, for example, set the top value of 50 pixels, now if I scroll down, if the space above our div to our Windows top, which is here, is going to be 50, then the div is going to act like fixed mode. You see? Now, after this, as I go, the block will not scroll and not change. But if I have more than 50 pixels right here on the top, you see I can do anything and the div is going to act normally as same as we don't have any position set to it. Now, let's say we have another div right here. This is div 1 and this is div 2. Let's give these class name D1 and D2. Now let's change this to D1. And then here we have our D2. Let's make this with red background. Yes, this is good. And maybe I give this width of 90 pixels. Now you see we have our first div changing and our second div stayed in its place. Let's say we want our second div's position to be in fixed mode. And we want this in top 50 pixel as our first div. You see now our second and red div is in the front of our first div, which is the below div. And our first div is actually in front of our all HTML paragraphs that we have behind these, as you see. To control this, we have something called z-index. For example, if I have z-index here and I give another index to D2, I can control it. And we control the z-index by number. For example, these all is z-index 0 right here as default. But if I change D1's z-index to 1, you see now we have our blue div above of our red div. Okay, now this is how you can see it. And if I change the z-index of D2 to, for example, number 3, you see now our red div again above of our blue div. And actually we can give these negative values so we send them back of our base web page. For example, if we set this to -1, now if I scroll, you see now our blue div is behind our paragraph. And actually we can set this to -2 so it can go to behind of our blue div and not show anything. Or maybe we can make this -2 and here we can have -1. Now we have this order of blue div and then red div in front of that, and then we have our base web page in front of those. Or we can have, for example, set the red div to z index 1, and now we have another type of positioning these. Another thing that we're going to talk about is our overflow. For example, here in our paragraph, let's give this a border. 2 pixel, solid red. And if I give this a height of, for example, 150 pixels, you see now I have our border right here. I have these texts outside of my border. But if I don't want to see these, I can simply use overflow property. And if I set this to hidden, now you'll see I don't have these two. If I change this, for example, to 160 pixels, you see now we have all of our text which we can see until 160 pixels. And text after these are hidden and we can see them. But if we want to see them but our p tag take only this much space, we can use the value of scroll. And if we use this, you see now we got 2 scroll bars right here. And if I scroll along this scroll bar, I can see all of the text, but it don't get any more space than 160 pixels, which we have specified right here. But as you see here, we don't need this bottom bar. To fix this, we can use the auto mode. And if we use this, it automatically sets scroll bar where that we need them. For example, here we don't need any scroll bars. But if I have width of, for example, 80 pixels here, you see now we got this scroll bar too. And we have this one too. Another thing that we have is the float property, which specifies how an element should take places. For example, here we have basic and default settings that an element is going to take space from left to right. But if we use float here and set this to the right, you'll see now our element is going to take place and space from right to left. And we can set this into left mode as it was before, but pay attention that here we have changed the type of display of this block, which is now inline instead of block. As you see, if we don't have this float, we have this text in block mode, which taking all width that it can and available. But if we use float left or right, it don't matters. It's going to behave as inline. And if I set this into the right, you can see now we have this here. And let's say here we have another span which contains maybe 50 words here. And if I make this a little longer, for example, test for float, you'll see now this taking the space that it's necessary, and the rest of the space is going to take by the span ends from left to right as it can, and then it's going to continue in the bottom line and going on. Another thing that we're going to talk about is another value for display. We have covered block and inline values. For example, here let's say we want this display to be blocked as it is, which takes all of the space. Or we can make this inline, which takes only the space necessary. But pay attention, if I use margin right here, and give this, for example, 20 pixels of margin, you see now we have this margin applied to the sides, left and right, but we don't have our margin on the top or bottom. To fix this issue, we can use this value of inline-block, which is the block that's taking the space it's necessary. Now we have our left, right, top and bottom margins. We have controls on them, and also it's taking the space that it needs. Now let's say we have div here with the class name of D1, and then another div with class name of D2, and maybe one other with D3. First, let's select all divs, give the height of 50 pixels, for example, and the width of 100 pixels should be enough. And let's specify color for each of them. Now you'll see we have all of our 3 divs right here. But let's say we want to center these divs. What we can do is simply in D1, for example, we can use margin, and then in the value, if we set this to auto mode, you'll see now our div is going to be centered horizontally. Another way of centering the div is give the width by percent, for example. For example, let's say we want this to be 30% in this case. And then we can give this a margin of 35% in the sides and 0 in top and bottom. This is another way of making a div center. And let's say in the third one, we have span, which contains this text. Okay, now let's see how we are going to center this text inside our div. We can use both of these methods that we learned in D1 and D2, but there is another way of centering something inside a container, and we can use Flexbox to do this. We are going to talk about Flexbox later, but this is how you can center text inside it. First of all, we are going to set the display to flex. After this, here we can use justify content, and if I select center right here, you can see now our text is centered inside our div. And if we have text in all of these divs, and if we want all of these 3 divs to be centered in one line and take only the space that they need, we can use this Flexbox action on the body, which is the container of these 3 divs. So here, first, we're going to select our body tag right here. And here, first, we're going to set the display to flex. And then here, we are going to set the justify content and set this to center. Now, if I remove the margins from these and the top one and the width of this as like this and this, now you can see we have all 3 divs in one line, and they all taking only the space that they need to show. Let's comment this part, and if we have our D3 as normal right here, let's have all of these in normal. And now if we want to our text in all of our divs to be centered vertically and horizontally, we're going to use Flexbox right here in div selector. First, we use the display and set this into flex mode. Okay, After this, we're going to use justify content and set this to center. This will center our text. And then in the next part, we are going to use align items, and if we center this, you see now we have our texts, all of them centered in our divs, vertically and horizontally. In this video, we're going to talk about CSS combinators, pseudo-classes, and pseudo-elements. First of all, let's cover our combinators in CSS. You already know that we have many options to select our elements in our CSS file. We can select them by their tag name, we can select them by ID and by class name. CSS selector can contain more than one simple selector. Between the simple selector, we can use combinators so we can select our elements more advanced. Here I have simple HTML file which is linked to this CSS file, and I've opened this with live server on my browser. Let's say we have div here, and inside this div we have our first paragraph, and then we have one section right here that includes our second paragraph. I say this is in section, and then we have two other paragraphs, our P3 and P4. And let's say we have another paragraph here, P5, which is in the body. You know that if we want to, for example, change the color of all paragraphs, we can select our P tag and give this a color of, for example, red. Now let's say we want all paragraphs inside our div to be red, but not this last paragraph which is inside our body tag. To do that, first here we gonna use our div, and if we use space, as you see, it selects all of the paragraph tags inside our div tags. You see now our first tag, second, third, and fourth tag has selected and changed to red, but our fifth paragraph is in its original and default color. But in some situations, we want to select only the tags which is the direct children of this div and not the second children of that. To apply this rule, we use simple greater than sign right here, and as you see now, we have selected only the direct child of that parent tag, which is div in this case. We have another option that we can select a tag after coming from another tag. For example, if we want to select the tag after this section tag, which is our third paragraph, we can use our section right here, and then if we use this plus sign, you see now we have selected the element after this section tag, but this only select the next tag, not the others. But if we want to select all of the paragraph tags after this section tag, we can use tilde instead of plus sign, and as you see now we have selected this P4 and P3 tag. And if we want to select this P5 tag, we can use this with div. It selects all of the paragraphs after this div. And for example, if we have some other paragraphs right here, you can see we have selected all of them. And if we use plus sign right here instead of that mark, you see we have selected only the first one after our div. Then we have our pseudo-classes in our CSS. What pseudo-classes are is simply they are something that's used to define a special state of an element. For example, first let's select our section right here, and we have to use double columns to use our pseudo-classes. Here, if we say, for example, hover, it means if we hover on this section, the color of the text inside this section is going to be red. For example, as you see now, if I hover on this part is going to be red. The most used of pseudo-classes are in our anchor tags.
For example, if we have anchor tag right here, for example, we don't want anything, but here we're going to say link. You see now this is our link. And if I select our anchor tag right here, I have 4 pseudo class that I can play with in this situation. The first thing that we have and user sees, which is link. After that, we have visited. And after that, we have our active mode. First, let's give this a simple URL. For example, https:// let's say test.com. Now, this link state is the first state that visitor sees. And this is unvisited link by the visitor. For example, here we can make the color, let's say yellow. You see now we have yellow on this link. Then we have this visited one, which going to apply when user had visited the link already. For example, let's say we have another link right here, and this is google.com. As you see, because I have visited google.com, this link is going to behave differently. Let's say we give this color of, for example, blue. Now, as you see, this has changed. Another thing that we have is our hover effect, that we can use this in all of our elements, such as divs, sections, paragraphs, and all of our HTML tags. And this rule applied when user mouses over our tag. For example, let's say we want the color to be red. Now, if I hover on any link in my web page, you see the color is going to be red. And the final one, we have this active, which is going to apply when user selects the link and click on that link. For example, let's make the color green when user clicks on that. You see now, if I hover on this, we have this red one, but if I click on this and hold the click, you see now this is changed to green. So this is the link when user first sees, which is this link pseudo class. Then we have this visited, which is this one that we have already visited at least one time. Then we have this hover, which applies when user mouses over any link or any tag in our web page. And in the last one, we have this active, which when user selects that and click on that, we have that link and state. Let's delete these links right here and use our hover pseudo class on our section, for example. Now let's say we have our section with the background color of red. And let's say we have our div with background color of green. We can make the display of this section to none. And as you see, we don't have that section anymore in our web page. But we can apply this rule, which is when we have our div hovered, this section inside that is going to be display block. Now, if I mouse over this green part, we should see our red section right here. And if I take my mouse out of this green box, it will going to be hidden. We can use some other things. For example, we can make the background blue. Now, if I hover on this, the section's background is going to be blue. And when I go out of the box, it's going to be back to its original. After this, for example, if we want to select first child of elements, we are going to use first child pseudo classes. For example, here we have P and here we type first child. And let's make the background red. Now you see only P1 and P2 has selected.
This is because only P1 and P2 is the first child. You see, inside our div, we have 4 children, which P1 is the first one. And here in our section, we have our P2, which is the first child of our section tag. And we have this paragraph tag, also second child, because we have this body tag, then this div is the first tag, and after this we have this paragraph tag. After this we have the same rule for the last child, which this is again P4 is the last child, and again this P2 is the first and the last. But if I duplicate this, you'll see only the second one is going to be selected, which is the last child. Next thing that we have is our pseudo-elements. Pseudo-elements is used to style specified parts of an element. For example, it can use to style the first letter, last letter, or something of an element, or we can use to insert content before or after of the element. For example, let's say we want to use pseudo-element on our p tags. To use pseudo-elements, we are going to use 2 double columns and then our pseudo-element name. For example, here I'm going to select first letter, and as you see, we have selected all of the first letters of our p tags and make the background of them red. You see now we have all of these and selected them and changed their background. We have first line 2, for example, if we have double line element, let's say we have this like this. You see now we have only selected the first line and not the second line. And this is dynamic, so if we change the size, you see always our first line has selected. We can use pseudo elements to add something before or after of our elements. For example, here if I type after, I am putting something after our p tags. And if we want to have something after our element, we are going to use this content property and give this the value that we want. For example, if we want the test value here, we are going to give the test string to the content. And let's say we want the background of them to be red. Now you see we have this test after all of our paragraphs. We have our paragraphs here, and after that we have our test inserted here. And we can do this with before too, which is applied before our p tags, and we have our content there. Another cool pseudo element that we can use is our selection pseudo element, which if we use this, we don't need content here, but if we use this, you see now we have background red. It means wherever I select inside my web page, which that text is inside my paragraph tag, is going to be red background. You see now if I select any part of this paragraphs, we have this. But if we have some span here with test text or an H2 with title text, for example, you see now if I select this, they are going to be selected normally. But if I select these one, these are going to select differently. And if I change this to H2, for example, you see now this is going to be selected normal, and if I select our H2 is going to shown differently. Another pseudo element that we can use is our marker pseudo element, and we are going to use them inside our lists. So let's create simple lists right here. Let's say we have unordered list with 5 list items inside it.
they all are item. And let's say we have another ordered list which has 3 list item, and these are item 2. Now, we can use pseudo elements with no selectors before them. For example, if I have this selection right here in this type, in the syntax, is going to apply to all of our web page. Now, if I select all of the text, which has no difference wherever it is, it's going to have red background, as you see. Now, instead of this selection, I'm going to use marker pseudo element. And this is going to select these markers, such as bullets or numbers, in our list. And if I give this, for example, color of red, now you see all of our markers have changed to red. We have a bunch of our pseudo elements and classes, which I'm going to give you a link in the description, that if you go to that, you can see a list of all of our pseudo elements and classes, and you can use this in your project. In today's video, we're going to talk about opacity, navigation bars, and drop-downs. I have my simple HTML file here, which has linked to this CSS file and one image in my dictionary. First, let's add this image to our web page. And now let's select that in our CSS file and give this width 100%. Okay. Now to give this image opacity, we use property called opacity. And we give the values between 0 and 1. For example, if we give this 0.7, you'll see now it has 30% transparent. If we make this 0.5, you'll see now it's more transparent. And if we give this, for example, 0.2, it's more transparent than before. And we can use pseudo classes with this too. For example, we use image, and on hover, we want the opacity to be, for example, full. And this is gonna be, for example, 5. Now, if I hover on this, you see now our image is going to be regular. We can use this opacity on other elements too. For example, let's say we have simple div here, and we select it in our CSS file. Give this width of 300 pixels and height of, for example, 23 rem. Then we want the background color of red. Okay. Now, if we use opacity right here as before, you can see if we give this a value of 0.5, you see now it's 50% transparent, and we can use percent right here too. For example, we can use 60%, and it's going to be applied. But another way to use transparent effects on our elements is by RGBA. On background, we know that we have this RGB value and RGBA value that we can give the color for our element. For example, let's say we have 255 on red, 0 on green, and 0 on blue. And then in this alpha, we use the transparency of our element. For example, let's say we want this to be 0.6. Now you'll see it's as the same as we have the red background and opacity of 60%. Next thing that we're going to cover is navigation bars, that we can see them in nearly all of the websites and web apps that we use daily. Navigation bar is basically a list of links that we style them in a way that we can use them better. So let's start with an ordered list here, and let's say we have 3 list items inside our list. First one is our home page, then we have, for example, contact page, and after that a page called shop. For creating a navbar, first thing we're gonna do is to select our list and make the list style type to none. Now after this, we have 2 types of navigation bars. First one is the vertical nav bars, and the second one is horizontal nav bars. For vertical navbars, we can select our list items and let's give them a background of, for example, green right here. And let's make the text inside it in the center. And if we use a little of padding and margins, for example, I give this 20 pixels of padding and then margin of 5 pixels. You'll see now we have something like navigation bar. But we want these when user hovers on this, for example, change colors so the user sees what he or she is interacting with. So we use our pseudo class of hover here and make the background, for example, red when user hovers on it. So now we have this thing that's going on. But as you see, our mouse is not pointing to anything here. To fix that, we use this property and value to fix the issue. Now we have our vertical navbar. Now for making these work, we need to have some files. Here I have my contact.html and my shop.html created. So here, instead of contact, we use anchor tag right here. And here we give the path of our contact page, which is /contact.html. And here we can write contact to show in our menu. And we can do the same thing for our shop. But as you see, now we have this link things going on here. So to fix that issue, we select our anchor tag and we make the text decoration to none. And then the color to black. Now you'll see if we click on this contact or shop page, you'll see now we are going to redirect to that page. As you saw in most of the web pages, we have our horizontal navbars in our desktop views and vertical navbars in our mobile views. So to create horizontal navbar, first we're going to delete all of these CSS and select our list again, make the list style type to none. Then we use our list items and make the display of this list items to inline. And then we can select links inside our list items and give the background of black, for example. And let's create an anchor tag here too. The path is going to be simple slash here. And here we have home. And let's make the color white. And then we are going to select our text decoration and set it to none. And here, if we use a little padding here, for example, 10 pixels here and 20 pixels right here. Now you can see we have something like a navigation bar right here. And if we give this list a background, for example, let's make this something like this, okay, and make the height of this, for example, 50 pixels. And this gap is because our web page has default margin on its own, so we are going to select all of our elements in the top of our CSS file and make the margin of all of them to 0 at first. Let's make this a little lighter. Let's make the height 40 pixels. Or maybe 30. Yes, this is good. And give this a padding of 10 pixels. Okay, now it's good. And we can again use our pseudo-classes to add our hover effect on our items. For example, let's make the background a little lighter when user hovers on it. And actually our mouse. Let's make this a little lighter too. Actually, we're going to select. Now, as you see, we can select which one that we want and we are going to redirect to there. And another way of styling our horizontal navbars is using Flexbox that we are going to cover more advancedly. But here I want to give you an example of how we use Flexbox in our navbar. So first, let's delete this one and then this padding, this background, and let's make the color original black. We delete this color too. And now if we set the display of our list to
flex and use the property called justify content and use space around value right here, you can see we have this dynamic thing going on that make the even spaces between these one and even spaces in right and left of all document, which you can see it is dynamic and changing by changing our window size. And then we can have, for example, a line here, and we can select this line and give this width of 70%, for example, here, and then make the margin 0 and auto. This is a simple navbar that you can create, and you can wrap all of these in nav tags that we have in our HTML. Now, if we use this nav tags and let's say we want our navbar to be on top of all of other elements anywhere and stick it to our web page and display. So we select our nav here and set the position to fixed here, and here we need to give the UL a width. So we do the 100 VW right here. And then let's give this a background color of white. For example, let's say we have lorem 800 here. And as you see, we have our navbar here. And if I scroll down, you'll see now we have our navbar here fixed on top of our other elements. The next thing that we are going to cover is our dropdown. To do that, first we are going to have a div called dropdown here, and then inside this we have a button with the label of more, for example, and then we have another div with the class name of dropdown content. And let's say we want a simple text here, so we write this is the test. And now let's style our bottom first. So we select that. Let's say we want the background color to be red, color of our text to be white. We want the font size to be larger. And after that, let's say we want a padding of 10 pixels and then 20 pixels. Now for drop-down content, let's say we want a simple background here with this type of color. Let's say we have a simple padding of 10 pixels here. So now we set the display of the div which wraps our content inside it to none. So we set the display to none. First of all, we use our div which is drop down, and then we say if user hovers on this, select the drop down content inside that and set the display of that to block. Now as you see, if I hover on this more button, now I have this content right here. And if I move the mouse out of this, it's going to be hidden again. And we can have as many things that we want. For example, we can have another unordered list here with items inside it. Let's say we have 3 of them. And after this, we are going to have another image, for example, that I have in my dictionary. So if I hover on this, all of them is going to be shown. And if I mouse out of this, it's going to be hidden. And we can use this pseudo class of hover and fix our mouse style when we go on this more button. And as you know, we can use this in our nav bars. Instead of image, paragraph, or other things, we can have an ordered list, which we have list item inside this. And pay attention that here we are going to use vertical navbar. Let's say here we have anchor tag, which is our home. After that, we have our contact, and then we have our shop. Here we going to set shop and contact right here. And then here we can select our list, set the list style type to none, set the margin to 0, and then set the padding to 0 again. And now let's say we want our list items to be in larger font, text align to be center, and for our anchor tags, we want the text decoration to be none,
and the color to be black. And when our user hovers on our list item, we want the background to change to something a little darker. For example, this is good. Now you'll see we have this more button, which when we hover on this, our drop down is going to be shown, and we can use to do whatever that we want with these drop down box.
In today's video, we're going to talk about image sprites and attribute selectors. First of all, let's say we have 4 div right here that they have class name of D1, D2, D3, and D4. And here in our CSS, we select our divs and give them the width of 300 pixels and height of 180 pixels. And let's give this a background of black. Now, if I want to select my divs separately, I use their class name. For example, here we have D1, D2, 3, and 4. And let's say we want to give these backgrounds. Here I have my pics folder, and inside of this I have 4 different images. Here for using the image we type URL, and here we give the path of the image that we want. And we do this with other divs too. Now you'll see each of our divs has different background. When we refresh the page, each of these is one request that our web page sends and wants the image separately. So when we refresh the page, our browser, our web page wants to download 4 images to show us. Instead of this, we can use something called image sprites. And here we have all of those images beside each other with no gaps between them. And if we want to use this, we only request 1 image instead of requesting for 4 different images. And our website's speed is gonna increase because of this. So how we're gonna use this? Here we use our image that contains all of these little images, which mine is this all.png, and we give this to all of other divs. So here you see we have only first image in our collection. To fix this, here after we put the URL of our image, here we use the controls to select the next image. For example, here we can give -300 pixels so we can get the next image in our row. And in the third div, we're going to type 600 pixel for the third image, and the last one we can have -900 pixels for the image. Now you'll see our divs all has different image backgrounds, and when we refresh the page, we only requesting single file that we want to download, and this increases our website's speed. The next part that we are going to talk about is attribute selectors. For start, let's say we have simple div right here, and we have our custom attribute inside of it. We can define custom attribute just by typing attribute name right here. For example, my custom attribute is 81 right here, and give this some value. For example, here we have test1. We can have multiple situations in giving this value to our attribute. First one is we have simple name, then we have another name, of course. After this, we can have both of test1 and test2 beside each other. After this, we can have, for example, test1 continued by other letters, for example, B. After this, we can have something with hyphen between it. And this is the all type of possible values that we can give to our custom attribute. So let's open our style right here. First of all, we're going to select our div right here and give this a height of, for example, 80 pixels and width of 300 pixels. And let's give this a background of black, and border with 1 pixel, solid red. Now for selecting our attribute, we are going to use brackets. Here we can give the attribute name inside of these brackets, and all of the elements with these attributes is going to be selected. For example, if I say 81, which is our custom attribute here, we are going to select all of the divs and all of the elements that contains 81 attribute inside it. So here we're going to type background, and let's say we want to give this background like this. You'll see now we have selected all of our divs because all of our elements here has this attribute 1 element. And if, for example, we have another attribute of 2, now you'll see it doesn't have selected in our file. And let's say we have anchor tag right here with attribute of 81 either, and we give this the value of test1, for example. And here, if we have the length right here, let's actually write what are our values of attribute inside our divs. And here let's make the color of them white so we can see them better. Let's make this center. And now let's make the font size larger. Okay, this is good. Now if we want to select the divs with attribute 1 inside them, we are going to use div before our bracket here. So if I write div right here, you see now all of our divs has selected, but not our length right here. But if I use a instead of our div, you'll see now we have our anchor tag selected and not any of our divs. Let's delete this anchor tag right here. Let's say we want only the elements which attribute 1's value in day are test1. So here we're going to give this a value right here. And here we're going to type test1. Now as you see, we have selected the div with the test1 value. And here you can see we have only this div that has attribute 1, and the value of attribute 1 is test1 there. And of course we can select test2 just like this, but let's say we want to select this test1 and this one too. We have test1 here and here too. To do that, if we use test1 here, you see that we are going to select the element that value is just test1. To do that, here before our equal mark, we use tilde mark right here. And as you see, now we have selected all of the divs containing test1 word inside it. And if I make this test2, you can see now we have selected all of the elements that we have test2 inside that. But if I want to select all of the values with test1 inside it, but not in this mode. For example, if we have in this mode and this mode, we are going to use a vertical bar instead of our tilde mark. And now you see we have all of the values that is test1 only, or that word with continuing hyphen and other words after it. And if we want to select all of the values that they are starting with test1, we are going to use this caret mark instead of our vertical bar. Now you'll see we have selected all of the values that they are starting with test1. And now if I make this test2, you see now we have selected this, but not this one, because here we have starting with test1 and then we have test2 here. But let's say we want to select all of the values that ends with test2. To do that, we put $sign before our equal mark. Now you'll see we have selected all of the values with test2 is its ending. And here again, if I change this to test1, you'll see now we have this one and not selected this last one. And at the least, Let's say we want to select all of the values that contains the word test1 and not other things. And to do that, here we use star sign before our equal mark. And if I use tests right here, you can see we are going to select all of these values. And of course, we can have other type of string right here. For example, if I have the only est, because we have est in all of this, that we are going to select them. Let's say if we want all of the values containing b, here we just need to type b right here. Now you'll see we are going to select elements with the attribute of 81 and values containing the b.
In today's video, we're going to talk about how to style forms and counters in CSS. First, let's create some inputs so we can interact with them. Here in our CSS file, I'm gonna select our inputs, and I'm gonna select all of them with our tag selector. Let's say we want to change the width of it. Of course, we can do it with property and give this, for example, 100% of width. Now you'll see it is 100% in width. Of course, you can make this anything that you want, or maybe you want this to be not dynamic and static. You can do them either. And we have this height element that you can choose. For example, 100 pixel should look like this. Another thing that we can change is how to inside up our input looks like. For example, here if I write, you see now I have some spaces above and below my text. So I'm gonna use attribute selectors right here, that if you haven't watched last video, I'm gonna give the link of that so you can watch and learn all about attribute selectors. So here I use type is equal to text. Now instead of these, for example, let's say we want to change the background. Let's write test right here, okay? To change this, we use simple background color property and give this what background that we want. And now you see we have this background right here. And of course, we can change the color of our text here. For example, let's make that white. Now you see it's white as we type. Another thing that we can change is how to our box show. You know already we can use margin in both sides, for example, 10 pixel and 20 pixels, but we can have padding that it is the space between this text and the container itself. For example, if we have padding of 10 pixels right here, you can see now we have 10 pixel gap right here and here. And you see that we have border right here. Of course, we can change that with our border property. So let's say we don't want any borders here. You'll see now we got that with no border until I select the input. And you know the border radius that I think we have covered that we can use, for example, 30 pixels right here. Actually, border radius. Yeah, now you see we have this type of shape that we can, or maybe 10 pixel is good in this case. Okay. Now, if we want to change the values when we focus on this, we're going to use some pseudo elements. So I write my selector right here with the type of text, actually type, and then here I use double column and then write the focus. And now if I say, for example, make the background color in this mode red, you see if I focus on this input, I get the red background right here. And of course, you can change all of the other values that we covered right here. And just like this, we can use text areas. For example, here, let's say instead of these, that we actually didn't use these. Let's say we have text area, and let's say we have some text right here. Okay, now here, if we select our text area, we can, for example, give this a padding of 20 pixels, background of, let's say, some dark gray, something like this, and make the color white. Now you see we have this text area that we can interact with. And after these, let's say we have some select menus in our code. So we have this select here, and inside this we have options, let's say BMW, Ford, and Dodge. Now you see we have this simple select menu right here. But if we select that here, we can do, for example, let's say we can change the width of that, for example, to 100% right here. And after this, let's say we want text align to be center, and we want, when we hover on this, the background be black, and our text color is gonna be white. So here is how it's going to show to us. Let me delete all of this, so we go to next part. Let's say here we have some H3 tags with programming language inside them. Here we have JS, here we have C, Java, and C++, for example. Now, if we want to make these something like list and count them, we can do this with ordered list and OL tag. But another way to do that is we can use our CSS to create our counter. So we say inside of our body, we want to create a counter for this page. So here we're gonna type counter reset, and after this we select our H3 tags, and after this we are going to use our pseudo element of before, and inside this we're gonna type counter increment and set this to section again, and here we're gonna use the content that we want to show in our counter. For example, let's say we want T before each of these. You see now we have this T right here. But you might say that we don't need any of this, that if I comment this out, we still have this T. Yes, but if we want to add something like number to this, we are going to use this counter, and then inside these parentheses, we're gonna type that what we have defined above there. For example, if here I say section, you'll see now we have T1, T2, T3, and T4. Now let's say we have some spaces here too. Yes, this is looking good. So what this means is we have created something like here, some variable, some numbers that it has resetted right here. And we named that number section. After this, we go along our code, and wherever we see counter dash increment, we're gonna add 1 to the previous number and save that. And in the content part, we are going to have this counter section that is going to show what our section number is. For example, let's say after this, we have another H2 tag, says C#.
Now here, if I select our h2 tag and use before pseudo element, and here I use the same content, and let's say we want our counter of section. You'll see now here, actually let's make this just like this, and instead of t, let's say language, yes, language 1 to 3, and let's have this here too. Now, as you see, we have language which is static value from here before each h3 element, and after that we have this number, this increment thing, because of our counter right here, and it's gonna increment every time. But here, because we don't have increment in our h2, you see that it's only showing the same 3 that we have here in third h3. So if we have this one here too, now you'll see we have 3, 4, and 5. And if you switch the place of these, let's put the semicolon right here. Now you'll see we have the same result right here. But here, let's say, instead of incrementing that, we want to reset that. What this does is basically when our code reaches this section, when our code reaches this part, which in the CSS, we have this counter reset, it's gonna make the value of this section to 0. So here, if I have another counter increment, you see now it starts from 1. Now let's say here we have all of these right here, make all of them h3, and here let's say we have another h3, let's say we have PHP, and let's now have another h3 here, says C language. Actually, I forgot the N right here. Yes. Now let's make these h4 instead of h3. Okay. Now we want to count all of the top things right here. Let's say we have something like nested things going on right here. So we have this top items, and then we have this sub items inside of it. So how we're gonna count these separately and these ones separately? So here we're gonna select our body, and inside this we are going to use counter reset and set some name. For example, here I'm gonna use head titles right here. Now we select our h3 tags and use our pseudo element of before. And here we use counter increment and use the head titles right here. And now in the content, let's say counter, which is head titles, and then after this, let's say we have double columns right here. Now you'll see we have selected all of our h3 elements and give these some counters. And now for using our second layer of counting, which starts inside of this head titles. For example, let's say we have another h4 for JS. I know this is not another language, but let's say we have React here and Vue right here. Because we want it to start every time inside of our head titles, so this should be 1, 2, and again when we reach here, we want this to reset here and start again from 1 and 2 and 3 and go ahead. So here in H3, we're gonna select our H3, and here we use counter reset of subtitles. And now here, if we use H4 with the pseudo element of before, here we can use counter increment and use the subtitles. Now here, if I use my content and I want the subtitles here, now you'll see we have, let's actually make this a little more readable. Okay, now you'll see we have this one, then React Vue, which is inside of JavaScript. Then we have Java. Then inside C language, we have the normal C, C#, and C++, which index separately from all of these things. And our subtitle variable counter has resetted after each section. And we have subtitle counter 0 in every H3 element. And we can use both of them right here to have better view. So here I'm gonna use counter, and this time here I'm gonna use head titles here, and then after this I want hyphen and then the child of it. And let's say we want margin left of 50 pixels. Now you'll see we have this counter which stays here and sub counters right here. And we have the same thing going on here too. In this part, we're going to talk about CSS units and CSS specificity. You know, when we want to give width, height, some margins, paddings, and some other things, we use some values which has length, and they followed by units such as pixels, EM, RM, and etc. So today we're going to talk about what are those and which one to use in which situations. First, let's say we have simple div here with class name of div, and in style, let's give this width and height. I'm gonna make the height 100 pixel at first and talk about units in this width. And let's give this a background so we can see the div. Okay. Now let's clear our margin. In our document. Okay. Now this is our div. The width, we can use many things. First, we have some static values. And after that, we have some dynamic ones, which these are responsive. First, let's talk about static values. Here we have some units. First, we have cm, which is centimeters. So here, if I give this 5 cm, and if I zoom this to original size, this is 5 centimeters in my display. After this, we have value, which is millimeters. Now you can see if I make this 50 millimeter, it is the same as 5 centimeters. Then we have in, which is inches. For example, let's make this 3 inch. That you see this is 3 inch in my display. And after this, we have pixels, which are the little display dots that we have in our display. For example, if our display is 1080p, it means we have 1920 pixels in the width and 1080 pixels in the height. So if I make this, for example, 200 pixels, it's gonna take 200 of those little lights and make the color of them black. After this, we have our dynamic and responsive values. Here we have EM, which is the base font size of elements. For example, let's say here in our div, we have some texts.
And here in style, let's make the color of that white so we can see the text.
Now, if I make the font size 2em, that means I want the font size to be double. 1em is the base one, that is default, and 2em or 3em is that size multiplied by what number we give before em. Now let's say we have this in 2, and here in our div, we have another span which has text 2 inside it. Now here, if I select my span right here, you'll see now our text, because it is inside our div, is in 2em. And this size is base size for our span. And if I want to make this multiplied by 2, I'm gonna say font size and make this 2em. Now you see this is again double of this, and this is double of our base value. After this, we have one other thing called rem, which uses the base of our root. The base of this is em1. So this means 2rem equals 2em. Now you see, if I change this to 1em, it stays as same as it was. But if I make this rem, you'll see now we have got the base value of our root element, which is our body. So let's write rem right here too. After this, we have view width of our viewport. It means when we write view width, for example, let's say 50 view width, this means we're going to take 50% of width of our viewport. So this is dynamic value. If I change this, you see now the size of our div is going to be changed. After this, we have VH, which is the height of our viewport. So if I give this 60 VH, you'll see now this is 60% of our window's height. And if I change the width of our window, it's gonna change too. After this, let's say we have another div instead of this text is right here, with the class name of div2. And let's select that right here and give the background color of red, for example. So now you'll see it takes all of the value of our div. But let's say we want it to be only in 50% of our div. Here we have our first div, and here we have second div. Let's select this using its class name, so we change the values to. Here we have, let's say, 60% of our viewport. After this, let's make this static of 100 pixels, and we don't need font size right here. So here, if I give this height of 100 pixel as before, and let's say we want this to be 50% of our viewport. So to do that, we're going to type width and give 50 VW to it. Now you'll see our black div is in 60% and our red one is in 50%. But what if we want to make our red div to be in the half of our black div? Because this is 60% of view width, we can do this by putting this to 30, that you see now it's in the half of our black one, or we can use percentage. And if I type 50%, it means take the 50% of the value of what your parent is. So here, you'll see now our parent div, which is the black div, is taking 60% of our viewport. So when we use 50% in div2, we say that make the width of div2 half of this value, which means 30 VW. And you know that this is dynamic. And if I change the width of our document, it changes automatically. Let's delete all of this and go to next part. Let's say here we have simple div that it has
simple background, width of 150 pixels, and height of 50 pixels.
But you know, we can use other selectors to select the same div and give different values to it. For example, let's say here we have the class name of D1 right here. And if I select that using our class name and give this the background of, let's say, red, you see now our background has changed. And another thing that we can do is give this an ID. Again, D1 is the ID. And if I select that using our ID and make the background color, for example, blue, you'll see now this one overrides the before's one. But if I cut this one and paste this right here, you see that instead of the red one that we have specified right here, we get this blue one. And if I make this above this one too, you see again we have this, and this is not going to be override by this or this one. And after this, we have the same thing for our class name. That's because priority of our ID is above our class name or tag selector. But you know, after this, we have two other type of CSS that we can include in our HTML file. First one is our style tag inside our head of our HTML tag, which here we can set our div. And let's say we want to make the background green. And let's make these comments too. Now you'll see this one is overridden this one. So the priority of this type of CSS is more than this type. And if we write something right here, and after that write something here, we got these value applied. And if we want to change this values, we have another more priority type of CSS, which is our inline CSS, which here we write style. And here, for example, let's say we want the background to be purple. Now you'll see this one has overridden this one, and this one overrides this one right here. And if we use this class name, you'll see that nothing happens because the priority of this one is more than this class name. And if we don't have this, you'll see now we have the same priority for these one. Let's delete this one. Let's say we use the class name right here. If we use this, because the priority of class name is more than this tag selector, we got the value of this. But here, if we use class name again, you'll see now this one is going to be applied. But if we use our ID right here, which has the blue background on it, we have this blue one. Because as I told you, the priority of ID is more than class. And again, if we use our ID right here, you'll see now our div is going to be changed to green. In this part, we're going to talk about CSS, important rule, and math functions in CSS. Let's say here we have simple div with the class name of D1 and ID of first div. So here in our style, let's select this with our tag name. So let's give this width of 200 pixels, height of 50 pixels, and background color of black. Now you'll see our div right here. But as you know, and I told you in the last part, we can use other selectors to do that. So let's use our class name, and in this one, make the background, let's say, red. Okay, now at last, we have our ID, which here, let's say we want this
to be in blue background. Sorry, this is going to be first div, not ID.
Yeah. Now you know this is going to be because these values is going to be override. But if we use this exclamation mark and then important keyword, you see now our div has changed to red. This is because if we use this important, this is going to be override all of the values that we have. It doesn't matter. We change the property in the ID, tag name, or class name again. Let's say we got another class name of the one right here. And in this one, our background is green. Now you'll see again, because this have this important rule inside of it, this is going to be override to all of our file. So if I take this important from here and use this here in the tag name, you'll see now again this rule applies and use this one as final one. But what happens if we use this important in both of them? You'll see now if we have important here and here, this one is going to be applied. And again, if I have another one right here and right here, you'll see now the ID one have applied. This is because if we have important keyword right here, these are going to have more priority than this one, okay? But again, each important is going to replace the important before it. And so this one is going to replace this, and this one is going to replace this. For example, if I make this comment, you'll see now this one is our thing. And if I delete this, now our first one is applied. But if I make this regular, you'll see because these two are important, the last important thing that comes is going to be override all of the other values and be the final one. So the next thing that we're going to talk about is our functions in CSS. Here we have our 200 pixels static value. You know that we can use dynamic values to make this change whenever we change the width of our browser, but another way of doing things is using math functions. We have three functions that we can use in our CSS. First one is calc, the second one is max, and then we have min. And what these are is basically when we use calc right here, and inside these parentheses, we can give anything that we want to our browser, calculates that and puts that in our web page. Let's say we want 100 pixels minus 80 pixels. And don't forget spaces right here. You see, now we have the 20 pixel width right here. And you can do anything that you want right here. But maybe you want to give the values that they are not in the same unit. Okay, no problem. Let's say we want 100 pixels minus, let's say, 2 inches. Now you see we got nothing because 2 inch is more than 100 pixels. But if we make this 300 pixels, you see now we have this remain right here. And we can use other values. For example, let's say we want 100% minus 50 pixels right here. So this is automatically gets the 100% of our width and minuses what we have set after that, which is 50 pixels. Now you'll see this part, which is 50 pixels, is static, and this part is dynamic. And if we change the size of our browser, it's going to be changed too. Another thing that we can have here is our min and max functions. Inside min, we say, for example, 50% of our layout. And after this, we say, okay, we want 100 pixels here. So this is going to calculate which one of these two is minimum. Of course, you can have some other values, as many as you want. For example, let's say we want another one of 100% minus 1 inches. And again, this is going to see and calculate which one are these three is the minimum, and going to apply that. So you see here, if I change the value in this part, we have the 50% one minimum. Let's clear this one so we can see them better. Now let's make this 250. Okay. Now you'll see if I go here, if I change the width, nothing is going to happen because 50% is more than 200 pixels. So 250 pixel is the minimum and going to be applied right here. But if I go to the size that 50% of my document is lower than my 250 pixels, it's going to be applied instead. Now here, because half of our window is lower than 250 pixels, this is going to be applied. Another thing that we have is max, which is the opposite of this. It's going to be which one is the biggest and going to apply that one in our document.
In this part, we're going to talk more about CSS borders, how to style them in advanced mode, and how to use border images. First, let's have a simple div right here and target that in our CSS file. Okay, now let's give this a width of 200 pixels and height of 200 pixels either. And let's say we have simple black background for that. Now here you see our div. And let's change the color, some lighter thing. For example, this kind of blue is good. Okay, first thing that we're going to cover in this part is how to round our corners. And what I mean is you have seen in many websites that the rounds of the divs and shapes are not this sharp as it is in normally. And to do that, we use border radius property. And if I say, for example, 10 pixel right here, you'll see now I have this kind of round corner in my div. And if I want to change only one in the top left, top right, or bottom left or bottom right, I can use that by giving 4 value for my border radius, which here, if I change the values, you'll see that the first one is our top left one. Then we have our top right one. After that, we have our bottom right one. And after that, we have our bottom left corner. And of course, we can use 2 parameters here to target only the top right and left bottom and top left and bottom right at the same time. And if I change this, for example, to 50 pixels, you can see the difference in the shape. And another thing that you can do is to give one value and then separate the second part from a single slash and then give some other values. For example, let's say here we have 30 pixels. Now you'll see we have 30 pixel radius only in the sides of our element. You'll see this part is 30 pixel and here we have 10 pixels. And this goes all along our shape, and in the all shape we have the second parameter right here applied to the sides and the first one applied to the top and bottom. And if I change this, for example, to 50 pixels, now you'll see we have the change of 50 pixels in the top and bottom and 30 pixels in the sides. The next topic that we are going to talk about is our border image.
Here in my files, I have simple border image that I have created, and we're gonna see how this border image is going to apply in our file. For applying border image, here we use simple border, 10 pixel of height and solid background. Now you'll see our border right there. And then after this, we're going to type our border image. Here, first, we're gonna define our image URL that we have. And you know, in CSS, we use that by URL function and give the path of our image, which mine is this border dash image. But now you'll see it applied only in the corners and not taking all of the space. To fix this, here we're going to put number, let's say 40 here. And after that, here we can define some things. For example, let's say round right here. Now I'm gonna talk about what is this keyword and this right now. But you see now we have our border image set. But let's say, what is this 40 thing that we put here? To explain this to you, here I have simple design of my border image. You see here, the width of my photo is 100 pixel and the height is 100 pixel too. These red lines defines that number that we put in our CSS file. So if we set 20, for example, it's going to slice all of the image to 100 part and put this line, this red line, in the 20 of top and puts another red line in the last 20, which means the 80 of our height. And we have the same thing going on to our width too. So, for example, if we use 40 instead of 20 in our border image, these lines should take 40 parts of 100 part of our image, which here, because our image is 100 pixels, so it means 40 pixels. And 5 little shapes here, each one of these is 20 pixel. So this is how it's gonna look if we use 40 instead of 20. But the regular and standard config for this is to put this line where your image border is ends, which in our case is our 20, which is right here. And if here I change this 40 to 20, you'll see now our image is set it just how we want it. But notice if I change this to 40, you'll see now these things got little. And that's because here, if we have this in the 40, you see we have this space gap going all around our border. So we change this to 20 to best config. And then we have this keyword right here. And this is border image repeat value. And here we have 4 different configs for this. First one is the repeat. And as you see, it's going to repeat the remain of our shape and go along where it reaches the end of our line. You'll see here, it's going to take these middle things, this middle part, and continue that all the way to the bottom and all sides. But pay attention that this is going to start from the middle and copy one to the left and one other to the right. And that's because we have this little things going on in our border, which we don't want this because of our shape. And to fix that issue, here we can use this round option instead. And that is going to calculate all of the width and the height of our element and puts this only where our 20th line and 80 line draw, and fix the part between that with the original sides and shapes. The other thing that we have here is space. And that is going to give a little space all over our border. And you see now we have this tree, which is exactly this part that it has chosen, and a little space and continued by other 3 shapes. And again, a little space and shape. And the other thing and the last one that we have is this one, which is going to take the original shape and only make the width or the height of that change to fit our border. In this part, we're going to talk about backgrounds, colors keyword in our CSS and HTML. So here I have simple image with the name of bg.jpg that we're going to use through this part. First, let's say we have simple div right here, and we're going to target that div in our CSS file and give this a width of, let's say, 300 pixels and height of 200 pixels. And now if I give this a simple background, you'll see now we have our div right here. So if we want to use background image for our elements, we're going to type background-image property right here. And here we're going to type URL function and give the path of the image that we want to use, which in my case is bg.jpg. But you see now this is not the shape that we want. You see here it's our shape, and we have only got this part of our shape in the element. To fix issue, we have other properties to control that. And the first one that we're going to talk is our background size, which here you can see we have our contain mode and cover mode. If we use this contain mode, you see now we got our image right as we want in our element. And after this, we have cover mode, which is the same thing, but cover fix the image based on the height, and contain fix the image based on the width of element. But let's say we have another bg-s1, which is the smaller version of this image that we have right here. You see this is full HD image, and this one that I have has only 100 pixels and 67 resolution. So if we use this one in our file, you notice that because we have this one, it's gonna fix it. So let's remove that. You see now we have all of the element repeated the same image continuously to fill the element. So to fix that and say how to repeat our image, we have property called background repeat. And here, if I set this to no repeat, you'll see now here we have only one image shown. And if we have simple border right here, 1 pixel solid, you'll see now this is our element, and this is the only part and thing that we got with this no repeat going on. But if we change this to repeat, you'll see we have this repeated. Another thing that we can have here is repeat-x. And this is going to repeat only in the width and not in the height. And as same as this, we have this y thing going on for the height and not the width. Another thing that we can have right here is our round and space keywords. Round is same as repeat, and it's gonna repeat through the element and fill the empty spaces. And then we have this space that if you watched last part in border image, you saw that we have one image, then space and image after that. And that's going to apply right here too. But let's say we have this in no repeat mode. But if we want this to be in the bottom and right side, we're gonna use background-position property. And here, if I say right and then bottom, You'll see now it took the image and made it in the right and then bottom. And pay attention that if I clear this bottom, you'll see now it's in the right and middle of our element. We have the same thing for the left, top, and bottom. And of course, we have this center, so we have the image in the center of our element. And if we want to make, for example, this image a little bigger here, we can use background size here and give this, for example, 200 pixels. Now you'll see the size of our background has changed. Of course, don't forget that here we have our contain and cover mode that we can use to make that image in the old background of our element. Let's fix this to get the high-res image right here. And because this image is larger than our element, we don't need repeat and position things. Now let's delete all of this here and give this a simple background. You know that we have lots of image names, we can't remember them. So here in giving the color for our elements in CSS, we have several ways that we can do that. First one is using hex values. That is this number sign and 6 other things going on. That is hexadecimal, which we might cover in the channel later, which here we're going to put them in hexadecimal form, which here 0 is of course 0. After this, we have the highest value of f. And if I write 6f right here, you'll see now we have this white. And basically, these two stands for red values. These going to be stand for green values. And the last one is our blue values. So if I make these for 0, you'll see now here we have our blue one. After this, of course, you know that we have simple RGB that has red, green, and blue value that we can define. Let's say 12 in the red, 150 in the green, and 60 in the blue. You see now we got this thing going on that if I add a little blue to it, we're going to get something like this. After this, we have RGB A value, which adds another parameter here, and that's going between 0 and 1. And specifies the transparency of our element. So if I put 0.5 right here, you'll see here we have 50% of transparency. That, of course, we can use with percent right here and make this, for example, 80%. After this, we have other things called HSL, which is hue, saturation, and lightness of our image that you can define. For example, let's say we have 120 in the hue, saturation, let's say we want this to be in 60%, and let's say we want this a little dark and not so light and in 25%. You'll see that we have this type of green, and here in the first parameter, we can define the base color of what we want. 120 is green, 240 is blue, and 630 or 0 is the red. So if I change this to 0, we got the same settings and configs, but in the base color of red. And after this, we can have HSLA values, and that's as the same as RGBA, which adds another parameter right here that specifies the transparency of our element. And if I say 30% right here, you see now we have that in 30%. And of course, if you're using code editors like VS Code, or I think all of the editors, you have this kind of color selector things that you can play with and select how you want your image to be shown. So here, let's say we have this div here, and we have another paragraph inside our div, which has 10 words inside it. Now, if here I select my paragraph right here. As we learned, we can give this any background that we want. But if I want to give this color of blue for the text, and after this in background color, I have several options that I can use. First thing that we have current color keyword. That because here we defined color for this element, if we use this background color or anything, we can use border right here too. If I use border here and give this border width of, let's say, 2 pixels and border style of solid, you'll see now we have that blue going on right here. But after this, we have another value of transparent that, transparent is nothing, so we don't have anything, and we can use that in all ways that CSS wants color from us, even in our texts. You'll see now the color is transparent, but if I highlight on them, you see that we have those texts right here. And after that, we have one other thing, which is inherit, that is going to get the color from the parent element, which this is inside it. And here, if I give this a color of red, for example, you'll see now here the color of our paragraph is going to be taken from its parent, which is this div right here, and we define the red color for that. In this part, we're going to talk about gradients in our CSS and HTML. First, let's say we have simple div right here, and we're going to target that div in our CSS file and give this a width of, let's say, 300 pixels and height of 200 pixels. We have 3 types of gradients in our CSS that we are going to cover one by one right now. The first one is our linear gradient, and to do that, we are going to type background right here, and for the color of this, we're going to type linear gradient and use this function. And here, first, we're going to give 2 simple colors. Let's say blue and red. Now you'll see we have the blue color right here, the red color right here, and we have this gradient things going on from top to the bottom. And if we want to change the direction, here before our first color, we can add to top. It means we want our, actually we should have this space here. Okay. And this means we want our gradient from blue to go to red, from bottom to top. Or we can use left, right here. Or if we want, we can have right too. And of course, we can combine these. For example, if we want our gradient to start from corner left, bottom of our element and goes to the top right, we can use to right top, and this is how it's gonna show. And it doesn't matter if we use top or right first, both is going to be applied. And as this, of course, we have top left, bottom left, and other combinations. But if we want to add some other values here, we just can have that by adding parameter right here. So let's say we want green right here. So if we add this, you see now we have blue, red, and green after this. Or maybe we want another yellow right here. We can have that. After this, let's say we want an hexadecimal things, 0, F, E. You can see now we have that one right here. Another thing that we can have is to give this a color of purple, for example, in the first place, and then we have transparent right here. And you see now it's going from purple to the transparent by the direction of right to the left. And of course, we can have other colors right here. But you see here, we have the red taking the most of our background right here. And to do that, we can have parameters after these one we put in to take how much of the space that we want. For example, let's say we want the 50% of our shape to be in the purple, then goes to 20 pixels of red, and then goes to transparent. The next type of gradient that we have is our radial gradient. That here, as same as linear, we can have simple colors going on. Let's say we have red and blue right here. You see now it's started from red and going to blue from inside to the outside. And again, we can add some other colors that we want. Let's say we want another yellow there and maybe a green after that. We can have all of them right here. Let's clean these so we have a little better looking thing going on here. Okay, but let's say if we have 100 pixels of height instead of, let's say we have 100 pixels here in the height instead of 200 pixels, and let's say we want the red to be in sharp 50% of our background. You see, this is not circle, and this is the circle shaped into the size of our element. To fix that, here we can have a parameter of circle and actually circle. Yes, you can see now, by the way, we have 100 pixel here. We again getting the whole perfect circle right here. And if I change this to 300, you see that we have perfect circle going on. And if I make this, let's say 20, you can see how beautiful is going to be shown. And after this, we have another type of gradient called conic gradient. And here, of course, we can have the same things that we have learned in the things before. And you see that it starts from the single point of the center top and going to rotate to the other side of that clockwise and to the right, bottom, left, top, and the right, and giving that gradient that we want. And here, if we have lots of colors, you can see how it's going to be act. And if you want to connect this line and make this line disappear, you can simply put the first color that you get in the last parameter, and you shouldn't have anything else. Let's say we have a black here and another red after black. You see now we have this thing going on, which now we don't have that sharp line in the middle and top of our element. And here, if we use border radius property and give the value of 50%, which means make the element all circle, you see how we can use this right here. But if we remove one of these, and let's say we want this line and the start of our gradient to be, let's say, in here or wherever that we want. To do that, here before our first parameter, we're going to put another one, and that is from which degree that we want. For example, if I say 180 DEG, it's going to start from 180 degree after this line right here. So here is the 90 and here is the 180 degree, and going to start from here. And of course, if we use 30 instead of 180, it's going to start from here and going there. And after this, we have another thing that we can use with this type of gradient, and that is we adding the repeating keyword before our conic gradient. And here, if I say, for example, I want 10% of blue, and then 20% of green, if I need a space there. Now you'll see it divides the element in some little things and applying this gradient to it. And here, if I have, let's say, simple conic gradients right here, and I want the blue to start from 0 degree to 90 degree right here. And after this, I want the green to start from 90 degree to, let's say, 270 degree. And after this, let's say we have the red color, and that is going to start from 270 degree and going to the 0 or 360. You'll see by this method, we can create this kind of pie charts in our web design. And let's say if I have another maybe yellow color right here, and this red goes from 270 to 280 degree, and after that I have this yellow which is going from 280 degree to the 0 or 360. You see I can have this and some other explanations right here to show how I want to divide my pie chart. In this part, we're going to talk about CSS shadows, text effects, and web fonts. We have two types of shadows in CSS. First one is text shadows and then box shadows. First, let's cover text shadows. Let's say here we have simple paragraph with 5 words inside it. And if I bring my CSS right here, I can target my paragraph and use text-shadow property. And here I need to give one horizontal shadow and then vertical shadow to show in my browser. Let's say we want 2 pixels for each of them. You see now we have this kind of shadow, and if I make this 1 pixel, I think this is gonna be better looking. Yeah, you see now we have original text and then shadow behind that. But of course, we need to change the color of shadow. And to do that, here we give the color that we want. Let's say here we want blue color, and now you see our shadow is blue. But maybe you don't want to have this kind of sharp shadows around your text, and for that, here before the color, we're gonna give the blur effect that we want to our shadow have. Let's say we want 3 pixels right here. Now you'll see we have very good gradient type shadow behind our text, and if I change my text right here, it's gonna apply that too. And of course, you can change the color of your text to match whatever design that you have. Maybe your text in red in your design, you can do anything that you want. But let's say your color is white here. But you see, this is not going to show very good. We can change these shadows to 0 just like this horizontal and vertical values. And you see now our shadow is just in place and 3 pixels from the original place of each letter. And if I make this, for example, 5 pixels, you see now the difference. But in some cases, you might need to have 2 types of shadows. Let's say we want one with 0 horizontal and 0 vertical adjustment, and another one, let's say, black shadow. To do that, here we separate these with comma and then give the new shadow that we want. Let's say we want 1 pixel for horizontal and vertical alignment, and then we want, let's say, black. You see now we have the first blue shadow going on all around our text, and then we have the second shadow of black right here. And of course, we can give some blur to this too. And you can do this as many times as you want. Maybe you want another one of green. Of course, you can make this, let's say, 2 pixel for the adjustments, 3 pixel of blue and green color. You'll see now we have our third shadow going on too. But after this, we can create simple border around our text. If you pay attention here, if I have 1 pixel and another 1 pixel here, and then let's say black color right here, you see we have only something going on in the right and bottom of our text. And if I remove, let's say, this one, you see now we are getting only the left side bordering. So what we can do is to have 4 separate shadows just like this one, but with different adjustments for horizontal and vertical values. Let's say in this one we want this to be 0 and then this one to be 1, and here we need to give this negative value to come before of our letter, and then in the last one we can do the same thing for our vertical value. And now you'll see we have created simple border around our text. After this, we have our box shadow, and to show that to you, I'm gonna use simple div right here, and let's get that paragraph inside that. So here, let's clear all of this, target our div in our CSS file, and to use box shadow in CSS, we simply type box-shadow property right here. And as you know, in the text shadow, we are going to give this 2 parameters for the vertical and horizontal alignments. And of course, we can have some blur effect here and change of our shadow's color. But you know, here again, we have only in right and the bottom side. So if I make this 0 and make this 0 again, you'll see now we cover all of that. But if we want our shadow to be a little bigger than our div, what we should do? If we change this one right here, you see it has a little change. But the original way to do this is to use spread. And here before our color, let's say we want 3 pixel of spread. Now you'll see our border is going to have 3 pixel of spread right here, and then applying other configs. Another thing that we have in box shadow is our inset keyword. And if we use that, it's gonna change the shadow from going out of the box to be inside the box. And here, if I add inset after my color, you'll see now our shadow is coming inside and not the outside. The next thing that we are going to talk about is our text effects. And for that, I'm gonna clear this div and only have my paragraph right here. Here, let's say we want to give some width to our paragraph. Let's say 100 pixel right here. You'll see now how it has shrinked and be in that width. And if I give this a simple background of some gray thing going on, let's say 34. Yes, this is good. If I add some property called word wrap right here, you'll see I have break word and normal values. That if I use this break word and if I have some long words inside my paragraph, you'll see how it's gonna apply. That you see we have this word, and after this word has been break. But if I make this in normal mode, you'll see now it's going to come and go across my width, which we have choose right here. But let's say we want our paragraph to be only in one line and not dividing to 4 other lines just like this. To do that, we can use property called white space. And here, if I give this no wrap value, you'll see that our paragraph is here with no wrapping and going to the next line. But you know that we have these overflows that we might don't need in some of our designs, or we need them in some other designs. You know that we can make how our overflow we want. Let's say we want that hidden. You'll see here we have this word not complete, and this is not good in our designs. To fix this issue, here we're gonna use text overflow property. And here if I choose this clip mode, you see that we have this thing going on. But if I change this to ellipsis, you see now instead of that, we got this 3 dots, which means this text has some continued things going on. Another thing that we can have right here, let's clear all of this and let's clear our width too. Yeah. Another thing that we might have in our design is maybe some vertical line in all over our designs. To use vertical text in our designs, we have several modes. One of them is to have some span inside our paragraph, write what we want to be vertical inside that, and then in our CSS, we select that span, and in writing mode property, we set how we want our text to be shown. For example, here you see sideways left to right. That if I select that, that means we want this sideways from left to the right as normal. But if I change this to vertical type, you'll see now our text is vertical instead of horizontal. And of course, we have this LR and RL for being from left to right or right to left. In this part, we're going to talk about transform property in CSS. First of all, transform in CSS has 2 main categories. First, we have 2-dimensional transforms and then 3-dimensional transforms. Let's cover both of them right now. First, let's say we have simple div right here with box text inside it. And here in our style, we're gonna select our div. And here, let's say we want the background to be some blue thing. We want the width to be 100 pixels. And after that, let's say we have padding of 10 pixels around it. And we want our text to be in the center and color of our text to be white. Now, after this, here we can use our transform property. That here we're going to use our 2D or 3D transformation methods that we can use in our designs. First, let's cover our 2-dimensional transforms right now, and after that, we're going to talk about 3-dimensional ones. First thing that we have here is our translate method. That by using this, we can change the position of our element in our web page. Let's say we want our div to move 50 pixels here in the width, and then let's say we want it to be 100 pixel move to the down. And of course, we can give negative values for this. For example, let's say if we want this to be -20, we just gonna give that, and that is going to be applied. -50, okay, no problem, we have that. But let's make this in the center so we can see the box here and go to next function. After this, we have rotate method. That here we give the degree that we want to our element to rotate. Let's say we want this upside down, and that is 180 degree. And we use DEG for degree right here. You'll see now our element is upside down. Of course, we can use any other thing that we want. Let's make this 30 degree, no problem, or 90 degree. Okay, that's gonna be vertical. We can do anything that we want. After this method, we have our scale method right here. Here, let's say I want my box to be double. To do that, I can change the width, font size, and other padding and other values, or I can just simply write this transform, and inside in scale method, I need to pass 2. Now, the size of my box is double. Of course, I can use other things that I want, or it might be in my design. And another thing that I can do is to give this two different parameters. And that is gonna change the element based on the horizontal and vertical settings. This is gonna change for horizontal value like width and paddings which are in the width. I mean right padding and left padding. Let's say we want this to be 6. You see it's 6 times as big as it's originally. And let's say we want to shrink in the vertical and make this only half of this size. You see now we can do anything that we want. But let's say we want to change only the height and not the width. So here we put 1 in the width part and then what we have in the height one. But another way of doing this is to give scale y method right here and then give the number that we want. That is gonna do the same thing that we done. And of course, after y, we have x going on here. That's going to decrease the width and not the height. Another function that we have here is our skew function. That here, we can have this for x values or y values. And here, if I give this, let's say, 30-degree angle, you'll see now our element has changed based on our settings. And of course, we can have minus values right here. And if I change this to y, you'll see that we can have this with height 2. And of course, we have this thing going on for the y-axis and vertical values. And we have this base thing that we can use to have both of them in one place. But let's say we want to have multiple things going on for this. For example, let's say after this, we want to have some translate, I don't know, maybe 50 pixel right here, and then another 150 pixels here. You'll see that now we don't get this method running. To do this, here we're gonna use one other method called matrix. And here, basically, we have our scale, x, then we have our skew y, and then after this, we got our skew x, then our scale of y, and after this, we have our translate of the x, and at the last, we have the translate of our y, and we can use all of those that we want here. Now let's fill this. But pay attention that here we only gonna give the numbers and not the units that we are working with. These are going to take base units which are pixels and degrees automatically. For scale x, let's say we want this to be double. Okay, for skew of y, let's say we want this to be 10. For skew of x, we want this to be 15. For scale of y, let's say we want this to be half of the size. And let's move this 150 pixels to the right. And after that, 200 pixels to the down. Now, you see all of our change has applied and gone in our element. Now let's get rid of this and start our three-dimensional transforms. For three-dimensional transforms, we have three main methods that we can work with them. First one is our rotate x parameter. That here we can give this what angle that we want our div to be rotate. Let's say here I want my element to rotate 180 degree. Now you see our change has been applied. Of course, we can have other values that we want. Let's say we want this to be 60 degree. You see how it has changed. After rotate x, we have our rotate y. That's gonna change based on the y-axis and show this to us. Of course, here, if I change this to 180, you see now our element flipped in other way. But after this, because now we are in three-dimensional things. Here we have another z-axis that we can work with this. And here, if I change this, for example, 30 degree, you see now I can change and rotate my element. But you know that we can do the same things with our two-dimensional transforms too. Okay, let's get rid of these. And here, let's say we select our div and give this a simple background of blue and color of white. But let's add another hover to this div. And in this mode, we want our text align to be centered. We want some padding for the all sides. Let's say forearm is good here. And let's say we want some border radius going on. 10 pixel is enough in this case. And let's add our cursor to be pointer when we hover on this. You see, we have this effect. But this is very solid rock and in the moment changing from one thing to the other. And that's not very user-friendly. To fix this issue, we are going to use transitions. For example, here, we're going to select our div here. And here, if I give this some transition, you see the difference. First thing that we're going to apply to this is what thing you want to be targeted in this property. For example, let's say we want the padding to be target in our transition and how much time we want that to be applied. Let's say we want this to be applied in 3 seconds. Now you see, if I hover on this, it's going to take 3 seconds to do the thing. And if I go out, again, it took 3 seconds to act our transitions. But let's say here we have some change in our background. And when we hover on this, the background is going to be black. But you see, this is not affected. And that's because we didn't have targeted that in our transition property. So to add that, we use simple comma right here. And after this, we're going to add our background right here. And after that, the time that we want. Let's say we want this to take 2 seconds to act. And now you see, if I hover on this, there is going to take 2 seconds to my background to change from blue to the black. And it's going to be 3 seconds taking to our paddings adjust. But you see, this is just normal speed of changing things and not very different. By the time of 1 to 2 in padding, for example, to the time between 2 and 3. So here, let's say we selected only our padding, and here we can use some transition timing functions that these are going to change how our transition is going to be applied. For example, here, if I add my translation timing function here, I have some values. First one is our linear, basic, simple one that you know that we had. And that is just going to adjust that with static and fixed speed. But after this, we have something called ease. And what is this? You see, it has changed the speed of changing. Pay attention, total time is going to take 3 seconds. But how it reacts is changing right here. After this, we have this is followed by hyphen and in. You see now we have another type of transition right here. And after this, we have the same thing, but for the out. You see now we're going to start faster and then go slowly. And after this, we have is in out in the same time. And you see now this is going to start fast, then make a little slowly, and then change things again faster. After this, we have another thing called transition delay. And what is this? Is basically if I give this 3 seconds too. Now what this is basically you see when I hover on the element, it's gonna wait 3 seconds and then start the transition. So it's the delay before my hover. And you see, if I make my mouse away, it's gonna take again 3 seconds to change the element. But let's say here we have some transforms going on. For example, let's say we have this rotate and we want to rotate it 30 degrees. But when we hover on our element, now you'll see when I hover on this, we got this thing going on, then delay of our element to change the padding, and this is going to be shown. So if I add my transform for my transition, here you can see if I give this, for example, 5 seconds, you see if I hover this, and that is going to wait 3 seconds first and then took 5 seconds to apply my transform. And we can do all of this in one simple shorthand of transition. And that is going to, first we're gonna select what we want. Let's say we want padding in this case. Then we will have the duration of what we want. Let's say we want this to be in 2 seconds. Then what is our translation timing function is going to be. Let's say we want this to be in the ease in. And after this, we can have our transition delay. I'm gonna give it 1 second. Now you see, if I hover on this, the thing is going to apply. And if I just comment out this rotate, you see now our thing is going to be applied just in one line.
In this part, we're going to talk about animations in CSS. First, let's have simple div so we can work with this in our design, which we have simple text inside it. Then here we're gonna select our div, and let's give this a background of violet, for example, and have some padding around it and make the display of that inline black. And we can have some border radius around this. For adding animation to our design, we need to use this keyframes keyword. And after this, here we're gonna set the name of our animation, which mine is first animation. And here we can set some things that we want. The first thing we can have is from keyword. And here we can set, for example, our background, which is violet. We want to change this to, let's say we want this to be purple. And to add this to our div, here we're going to use animation-name. And here we're going to use the thing that we have defined, which is first animation in this case. And after this, we need to define our animation duration, which let's say we want this to be 3 seconds. Now you'll see our animation is applying. And if I refresh the page, you see it's going from violet to purple. But another thing that we can have is to use 0% instead of this from right here, and 100% here in the 2. You see now, if I refresh the page, it's going to go from violet to purple. And between of these, I can use something, for example, in 50 pixels, I want my background to be black. You see now here, it's going to start from the violet, go to black, and then go to purple. And of course, we can have some other values right here. Let's say here in 25%, we have some background of green. Now you'll see it's gonna go to green, black, and then the purple. Let's make these like this so we can read this better. And here another thing that we can have is our animation delay. That here, let's say if we give this 5 seconds of delay, after we refresh our page, you see now we have waiting 5 seconds before animation starts, and then our animations is going to be start and going on. But let's say we want our animation before we open our web page, and when we open the web page, it's going to be in the middle of animation. To do that, let's say we have 6 seconds of duration in our animation, and in animation delay, we're going to use negative values. So here, if I use
-2. You see, if I refresh the page, it's going to start from green fading to the black, which is something between 25% and 50%, which if you calculate from the here, you see we have in the 33%, and we can have that. And of course, if you want to start from this green, we can use 1.5 seconds. So it's gonna start from the green and not the violet. Let's say we have simple 1 second of delay here. And after this, you see we have our animation going on just once. And after this go to violet, it's gonna end the animation. But what if we want to do that repeatedly? So here we have our another thing of animation iteration count, that here we define how many times we want our animation to be played. Let's say we want this 3 times. Now, if I refresh the page, you see it's gonna go to green, black, and purple, then violet. Again, this is the second time that our animation is going on. And this is the 3rd time. And after this, we should stop the playing, as you see. Of course, you can do anything that you want here, but in some cases, you don't want this to be end, and maybe you want this to be in 2 seconds, no animation delays right here, and you want this to go on with no stop. So here you can use the keyword of infinite, and you see now it's going to play and never stop. And for adding something so it don't jump from purple to violet, we can use this to 75%, and after this we can use this to 100 and put the color violet again. Now you'll see it's very smoother than before. Let's make the duration 5 seconds so it go slowly. And after this, we have another thing called animation direction, that here we specify how we want our animation to act. We want this to go from 0 to 100, 100 to 0, come to 100, and then get back to 0, come to 100, and stay in this. So we're gonna talk about this. First one that we have is basically our normal thing that we have. And let's make the count of this to maybe 2 so we can see the difference. And if I refresh the page, you see it's going to start from 0, 25, 50, 75, and then 100. And after this, it's gonna do the animation again. But I want to delete this one so we can see the end and start differently. Violet, green, black, and purple again. Another thing that we have is reverse direction, that you see here. It starts from 100, goes to black, goes to green, then violet, again black, green, and then violet. After this, we have our alternate one, which as you see, it's going to come from 0, 25, 50, then 100. And after this, it's going to come back to the 50%, come back to the 25, and then 0 again. So it's going to start from 0 to the finish, and from finish to the 0 after that. And after this, we have this one continued by hyphen and reverse, which is going to be exactly opposite of this. It's going to start from 100, go through the 0%, and after that, it's going to come back to 100%, as you see. After this, we have our animation timing functions that we had these and covered these in the transition part, but I'm gonna tell you about this here again, which here we have our simple linear one, which is going to change. Let's actually make this a little smoother things, make this simple black. This one is going to go with the static speed and changing. After this, we have our ease, which is gonna change differently. And after that, we have our is in, which is going to start and goes with different speed again. And after this, we have our is out, which is going to start a little differently and going on. Of course, after this, we have our isin-out that we can use, which is going to start with speed, slow the process, and then speed up a little. After this, we have another thing called animation fill mode. And here we can define 4 things. First one is the none that we can have, and you saw. And let's make the duration to 3 seconds so we can get the result faster. Pay attention that here we get the 0% when we finish our animation. But after this, we have forward keyword that we can use here. That you see after we run our animation, which is 2 times here, we got the black and the last one applied. Now let's make the direction of our animation to normal. And here you can see we come from violet and go to black, and let's make the count to the 1 so it be more faster. Yeah, this is good. You'll see now if I use this 4 bars and if I add another value of 50% right here and make the background, let's say green right here, you'll see here we're going to start and finish and deploy the last thing that we want. After our animation finished, we got the background to set it on black and stayed on black, which means the 100% keyframe. But after this, we have this backwards thing going on that you see it's going to be green, black, and then come back to the 0%. And after this, we got our both keyword going on. And of course, we can have shorthand of our animation instead of this bunch of properties to use. So we use simple animation right here that you see we have blueprint of what we have here. So we have the name. Let's say our name is first animation. Our duration, let's say we want this to be 2 seconds. Our timing function, we want this to be isin. Our delay, we want 1 second of delay. We want our animation to repeat 3 times. The direction, we want this to be normal. And the fill mode, let's say we want this to be forwards. You see now our animation is going to apply. Actually, I have misspelled this one. Now it should be acting. Yeah, you see now our animation is going to be play right here. But after this animation in background, we can have animation going on for all of the properties that we have. For example, let's say here again we have simple div with text inside of it. Here we're gonna select our div first right here, give this some width, for example 50 pixels, 60 pixels right here. Then the height, let's say 20 pixels is enough in this case. And then we can have some background. Let's make this blue color and the color our text to be white, for example. And let's make the text in the center of our div. And we can have some border radius, so this can be a little nicer. And actually I'm gonna make this 3 pixels. Yes, this is good. Now here we can have other values that to change instead of our background color in our animation. So we're gonna create animation. Of course, we're going to start that with keyword of keyframes and then the name of our animation, which in this case, I'm gonna name this A1. And then here we have our stage so we can edit them. Let's say first we have simple from and to, and we want this to be from margin left from 0 to margin left to ramp. And if I add my animation to my div here with the name of A1, and let's say we want this to take 2 seconds to apply, you'll see how it's gonna go. And of course we can have our percent type of stage right here instead of these. Let's say we want this 25%, another one for 50%, and let's say we have one for 75%, and at the last we have our 100% going on. And I'm gonna align this just like these, select all of this so I can have all of my margins right here. So here, let's say in the first place, we don't have any margin anywhere. But then in the 25% one, let's say we want here 100 pixel margin for left. After this, let's say in the 50% stage, we want to have again that 100 pixel margin in the left, but let's say we want another 100 pixel in the top of our element. After this, we can have this for 100 pixel right here, and then it's gonna going something like rectangle thing in our design. And in the last part, let's say we want this to be in the half of the size first and then go to its original place. Or for being smooth, of course, we can make this 0, so the first and the last one is the same thing. And here you see, if I change the duration, for example, to 3 seconds, make this, let's say, is in right here, and we want this to go infinite. You see how this is going to be applied, and no matters what property that we want, we can change that using our animations.
In this part, we're going to talk about tooltips and style of image in CSS. First of all, let's say we have some text right here. And after this, we have some other words that we want some more information to show for these words. And after these, we got remain of our words and sentences. So here we can use something called tooltips. To do that, first we're gonna wrap both of the word and info that we want to give about the word into some div. I'm gonna make div with the class name of word right here that have both of these inside of it. And then I want to have another div with the class name of tooltip right here that contains the info that we want to show to our visitor. So as you see, we got our word and more info right here. And now let's jump to CSS. Here, first let's select our divs and make them to display inline block so we can get the words inside of our text. After this, I want my word to be bold so I can find it easily in my sentence. So I'm gonna add B tag right here to make this bold. And after this, let's say I want my tooltip to have some designs. For example, a background of gray is good here. After this, we can have some padding going on, let's say 2 pixels, and pay attention that we want to show this when we hover on this. So here we want to make the position of this to absolute, as you see. And after this, if I make the visibility of this tooltip to hidden, you see I have my word and the rest of my sentence after it. After this, we're gonna select our container word div right here and add hover to it, which means when we hover on this, we want the tooltip class element inside of this element to be visible. So we make the visibility to visible right here. Now you see if I hover on this, we got this thing going on and giving us some more infos. But maybe in our design, we want this to be in top of our word and not the side of it. So here we can change this by our margins. And here we can say, for example, we want minus 20 pixel margin for the top. After this, 0 for the right, another 0 for the bottom, and let's say minus 50 pixels for the left. And as you'll see now, if I hover on this, our tooltip is gonna show right here. And of course, we can change this as we want. Let's make this 25 actually. Yes, this is how we're gonna see. And we can make the color white, so, or some light thing, so we can see the tooltip. And we can do this in the opposite way so we can get this under our word, and we can make this 0. And let's say make this 50 pixels to 0 again. And here in the left, we can have maybe minus 100 pixels. So here, if I hover on this, let's make this 120. Yes, you see that we have this tooltip coming right in the left side. After this, we're going to talk about the styles that we can give to our image in our design files. So for doing this, I have simple image right here in my HTML folder, which is my base folder right here. And I'm gonna use it with my img tag right here. And the alt is simple image. Now you'll see we have our image, which is large, and that's why we can't get it all set right here. So in our style, let's first target our image in the first place and give this a width of dynamic 100%. So now we can get all of the image. The first thing that we can do with the image is to have our border radius and around the corners of our image. So here I add my border radius and give this, for example, 30 pixels. You'll see now how my image is going to be changed. And if I make this 50% straight, you'll see that it's gonna looks like circle thing type of image. And of course, if we have static width of 100 pixels and height of 100 pixels, we are going to have perfect circle right here. That we can actually make this larger, maybe 300 is good. Yes, you can see, actually we can make this 400 too. You see how beautiful and circle this is going to be. After this, we can have some other type of usage in image. For example, we can have thumbnail image as a link to user can select that. Let's say here we have our image inside of our div, which is container for our image. And in our style, we're gonna select our div first and give this a width of 100% right here. And after this, let's make the width of our image to be, let's say, 95%. And we can have some border for our image, let's say 2 pixels, solid black border, and some padding of 2 pixels maybe. Oh, let's make this 5. And of course, we can change the color of our div. Let's make this not black, something like gray. This is good. Now you'll see we have this image going on, and we can have image with our hover. So we can change how we want to act when we hover on this. And let's say when we hover on this, we want our paddings to be 0. Maybe, actually, let's delete this. We don't need this. And maybe we want some box shadows with 0, 0, 3 pixels, and 3 pixels again with the color of black. And let's say we want our cursor to be pointer when we hover on this image. And now let's comment out this div right here. And now you see if I hover on my image right here, actually I need to remove this space. If I hover my image right here, you can see we get the change, but not the shadow. Oh, here I spelled that box shadow. Yeah. You'll see that we got this thing going on that we can use as our thumbnail, and maybe we can give some link to it. Just like this, we add our anchor tag. Here, give the URL that we want. And here, instead of text of the link, we give this image. So whenever user hovers on it and clicks on this, it's going to get to the URL that we pass to the here. For example, let's say if we have here https google.com, you'll see now if I refresh and click on this, it's going to redirect me to the google.com. Let's get rid of these.
And now in the next part, let's say we want to center an image. We want the width to be 50%. We don't want our border or padding going on, just our simple image. But we can have some box shadows maybe with 5 pixels of blue and color of black. Here, if we want to center our image horizontally, we can use several ways. First one is because here we have 50% of width, we can give this margins with percentage, which means if we have 25% for the both sides, we can have this in the center. And you know that if I give a 0 here, it's going to be applied to the top and bottom, and this one going to be applied to the side. So here I can have my dynamic changing centered image going on right here. But let's say we have this fixed size of, let's say, 300 pixels. Now you'll see this is not going to be make our image center. So instead of this percent, we're going to type auto keyword right here. But pay attention that if we want to use this auto, we need to set the display of our image to be black. And now you'll see again we have this image fixed in the place in the center, but only at 300 fixed width for the image. Another thing that we can have here is our filter property. So here I'm gonna make the width to the 100%. And after this, here I'm gonna use my filter property. Here we have a bunch of methods that we can use. The first one, we have this blur going on here, which if I give this 5 pixel, for example, you'll see how it's gonna change my image and add blur effect to this one. Another things that we can have here is change up our brightness. For example, if I want to make my image darker, I can use maybe a 60% of brightness, so it's decreased 40%. Another thing that we can have is our contrast. For example, let's make our image have contrast. Okay, we can do that. After this, we have our grayscale, which we can make this black and white image just by typing this filter after this. We can have this hue rotate thing that can change our hue of our image. Let's say we want this to be in 90 degree. You'll see it has changed the hue 90 degree. After this, we have drop shadow going on that we can pass in drop shadow for our image. Let's say we want this to be in 2 pixel, 5 pixel of blur, and maybe blue color. You see that now we have this drop shadow going on all along our image. After this, we can have other value of invert, inverts the color of our image. After this, we can have our saturate method right here that we can give some numbers, and you can see how it's gonna change our image. After this, we can have our sepia, which again we can give how many scale that we want to apply to our image. But after this, in some cases, we want when we hover on our image, some details about our image come and show to us. So to do that, first we're going to go to our HTML, and here we need to have some container to wrap both our image and the content that we want for our image. And here we have the content div right here. And inside our content div, let's say we want to say this is image from high mountain. So after this, first we need to go to our CSS and select our image and give this a display of black. Of course, we need to have width so it stays in the place that we want. And let's select our container right here too. And let's make the position of this to relative. Now here we have our content div, which contains our text. I want to give this some background. Maybe let's select this kind of green thing going on. and I want the height of this to be 100%. So this is going to be as height as this one. But again, we need to have position of absolute right here, so we can change how this one is going to be shown and where it should be placed and displayed. And because you see, we should have our width to be in the 100%. And pay attention that if I make the top of my content to 0, this is gonna overlay to my image, which here I need to change the font size of my text to be 3em. Maybe 2 is good here. Yes. And then I want the color to be white. Now we can use several ways to make this appear. First one is to make the visibility of this to hidden. So here we have our simple image. But when we hover on our container, we want the element with the class name of content inside of it to change the visibility to visible right here. As you see, if I hover on this, we can have this thing coming up, and we can have cursor thing going on that change the mouse to the pointer. And another way of doing the same thing for this is to use opacity. So here we use opacity and give this 0 value. And here we want, when we hover on this, the opacity to be 100%. You see, this is going to apply just as same as it worked with visibility. And here we can use our transition right here, select all of our properties, make this maybe 1 second length and ease. You see now, if I hover on this, it's gonna take some time and this is going to come and go. And if I make this, for example, 0.3 seconds, you see how it's going to come and go. And of course, we can have this, for example, in 80%, not the 100. So when we hover on this, we can see some of the background image that we have, and then our text coming here. And you know, in index.html, you can here have some button, for example, that if you hover on this, you get this button. For example, here it says click me. And here, if you hover, you see this one comes here too. Or you might have some link here which says click to go to the website. No matter, you can have whatever that you want to show right here. But another way of doing this kind of things is to our content slide from somewhere to our element. And for that, here we get rid of this opacity things here and here too. And here make this top minus 100 pixels. So it's top of our image. And here in our container, we're going to make the overflow hidden. So we don't want to see that one there. And when we hover, we want the top to be 0. So now if I hover, you see how it's coming and going. And let's make this ease in so we can have better type of animation right here. Of course, you can do this with other things. For example, we can have bottom right here. That's going to be in minus 100. And after that, when we want to hover on it, we want to have it in 0. So it's come from the bottom. And maybe you want the width or the height of this to be only in 50%. When you hover on this, you get this one. And maybe when you hover, you want your image to flip. So you're going to have, when you hover on your container, you want your image to transform in the scale X and give this -1. So when you hover, you see the image is going to flip too, and other things. In this part, we're going to talk about image reflections, objects fit, object position in CSS, and web pages. So first of all, let's say here we have simple image that I got right here with the name of image.jpg. So we're going to use this just like this. The source is going to be this. And let's give this some width. I think 150 pixel is enough. Yes, this is good. Now let's come to our style and select our image. You know that in some designs, we have some reflection thing going on from our image or our divs that we can use the reflection by WebKit box reflect property. And you need to add one hyphen before WebKit right here, then another hyphen followed by box, and then we have this reflect going on. Now here, the first parameter that you need to pass here is where you want your reflection to be. You want it to be above your element, below your element, left or right. For example, let's say here we want our reflection to be below our element. Okay, if I write that, you see now we have this mirror thing going on right here. But maybe you don't want this to be this kind of sticky and no gap between this. So here you can give some spaces that you want these to separate. For example, if I give this 10 pixel right here, you see now here we have this 10 pixel going on right here. Of course, you can have this for right values. After this, you can have this for the left, which because we are in this position in web page, this is not gonna show. So we can have some margin of, let's say, 2 rem right here. And now you can see we have this reflection right here. And of course, we can have this above thing that's going to reflect in the top of our element right here. Let's say we want our reflect to be below our element. And here you see reflections don't display like this. They're usually in a gradient where it's come from full showing thing to transparency right here. So to add that effect to our reflection, we can use our gradients after these two parameters. Here, let's say, for example, I want my linear gradient right here. And here I need to specify the direction of my gradient that I want. For example, because we're in the below, I'm gonna type bottom right here. After this, we are going to pass two colors to create our gradient. And for doing this in our reflections, the first one is going to be transparent keyword. And for the second color, you need to choose a color that you want. For example, here, if I make this simple white, you see how my reflection is going to be applied with this linear gradient going on. And if I make this, for example, to the right, you see now if I change this to the right too, we are going to have this effect going here too. Another thing that we are going to talk about here is our object fit property. So here, let's clear this width right here. And here, if I give this a width of 200 pixels, and after this, a height of 300 pixels, you see, this is gonna show like this. But here, if I want the original aspect ratio right here, I can use object fit property here. That here we have contain mode, cover mode, fill, none, and scale down mode. First one is the contain mode, which the image keeps its aspect ratio, but resize sizes that we give to that. And if I use this, you see now we have this place here. If I give this simple border right here, 1 pixel solid, you see that here we have some spaces below and above of our image to be empty, but we have the original image that we want. After this, we have this fill mode, which is going to change the size of our image to fill all of the size that we given to our image. After this, we have this none mode, which is going to be just solid thing that what size is original image, that's going to put this right here and don't change anything of image. And another thing after this, we have this scale down, which is going to change the scale of our image to be the smallest version of our width or height to match. And after this, we have this cover mode, which is going to change the sizes. And you see how it's going to be shown. But we want different place of our image to be shown. So to do that, here we're going to use object-position property. And here in object position, we need to give values based on how we want our image and where of our image to be shown. For example, if I want this part of my image, I'm gonna use my 80% right here for the width of my image. And pay attention that I can play with this and make this how I want based on my design. And maybe we want this to be 90%, okay, we can do that. But because this is in cover mode and we have the height set it and be the all of the image, we can change that. And if I make this 100 pixel, for example, you see now here, this 90% is going to be applied to the width. And after this, we can have, for example, this 80% to be applied to the height of our image. And of course, we can play with this and make this how we want our image to be shown. And if I make this more little, you can see how difference is going to be shown here. For example, if here we change this from 60 to the 80%, you see we're coming down off our image.
In this part, we're going to talk about buttons and pagination in CSS.
So for buttons, you know that we have this button tag that we can work with this.
And we can have our text inside this to show just like this.
But for changing the style of our button, we can use several things that we learned until now. For example, here you see that we have our border around our button. We can make that disappear right here. And after that, maybe we want to give this some background of, let's say we want this kind of thing. After this, we can have our paddings to go on, for example, 1 rem, 2 rem right here. So we can have our button in different size. Of course, we can change our font size to be, for example, larger here. And we can add our hover effects to our button. So, for example, we want when user hovers on our button, the background of this is going to be, let's copy this one and make this a little darker here. Now you'll see if we hover, this is going to be changed. Another thing that you can use for your buttons is to use your border radius for this style. For example, if I give this 5 pixel of border radius, you'll see this is going to look better. Of course, you can have the background of your color to be in the white and change the border color to divide it from background. For example, you see here it has its default border going on, but you can change the border color. For example, let's make this red here. You'll see now we have this, but pay attention that this is not solid border. So we can have set, for example, 2 pixel of solid red border right here. And we can use some cool hover effects on this kind of buttons, which when we hover on them, we were going to change the background to the border color here, and then the color of our text to be white. Now you see if I hover on this, this is going to be changed. And of course you can have your box shadow right here for your hovering. Let's say we want this to be 2 pixel on 10 pixel here with the color of black. You'll see now if I hover on this, we're going to have this box shadow coming too. And if you have some other buttons along this one, you can see how they're going to be shown. But let's say you don't want these to have these gaps between them. So what you need to do is to make this float in the one direction. So here I'm gonna make the float of these to the left. Now you see we don't have that gap going on there. But in this type of thing, you see it doesn't good very look to have these border radiuses right there. So we're gonna delete those one too. And now you'll see we have this kind of group of buttons going on. Another type of buttons that you can have is to, for example, have some collect text inside your button, and when you hover on this, there is going to come something after this and showing right here. So to add our dynamic content to our button, we're gonna wrap text inside our button into span. And then here we're going to target our button on hover mode, and then we want the span inside of it with after right here. Then we can have anything that we want going on to change when we hover. For example, if we want to add some content to our button when we hover on this, we can add our content property right here and give the value that we want. For example, we want this simple arrow here. You see, now if I hover, we can have this here. Now you see when I hover on this, this is going to be changed and shown. And of course, you know that we have some codes that we can work with them to add something to our HTML and CSS. For example, this code is going to give us this kind of arrow right here. Another thing that we can have is to have 3D buttons in our designs. So to do that, as always, we select our button, we give this some background. Let's say we want this kind of background here. Then we give this our color, the font size, and our paddings here. And here we can have some border radius going on too. Let's say 5 pixels. And here we can have simple box shadow for our button. So here, let's say we want this here 0, 10 pixels here, and then the color, let's make gray. Now, if I add my border radius 5 pixels too, you see now we have this thing going on. And we want when we click on this, this is going to be 3D. So we add our button right here and add this active after that. And here we set our box shadow to change from what we had, which is 10 pixel in the bottom, to be, for example, 4 pixel in the bottom and the same color. Now you see if I click, it's going to change. But notice we don't want this one to come up. We want our button to go something like down. So here we can use our transform to have that effect here. And here we can have our translate Y method right here. We have 6 pixel of difference right here. So here if I have 6 pixel here, you see now if I click on my button, it's going to show something like 3D things going on. After you learned all of these, here we can have some pagination as you see in lots of websites. For example, let's say here we have a bunch of anchor tags right here, which they are page 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. And then we have something showing previous and one at the last, which is going to show us next one. So here, if you come to your CSS, you can create these important type of things that you learned. So here, let's wrap all of these in some simple div so we can have better control on them. So here, let's first select our div, make the width of it to be 100%, and maybe we can have some background going on so it divided from the background. And here we can have select our anchor tags and use these as buttons. You know that we can change anything. So here, let's say, first of all, we don't want our text decoration to look like this. So we don't want these lines to appear. So we make the text decoration right here to be none here. After this, we can have our font size to be changed. For example, 1.5 rem I think is good here. And then after this, we can have some background going on for this. Let's say we want this kind of blue for the background, and then we can have some padding going on here, 10 pixel for the top and bottom, and 15 pixel for the sides. And if I make this like this, you can see the change.
And of course, if I have some margin top right here, you can see this better. And we can make the color of our text to be white, for example, here, and anything that we want. But you see, this kind of style is very good for the active ones. For example, let's say we will have this one active. So we add our class name of active to here. And here we have our active class name here. This kind of background is good for that. So we see this is the active one that we have here. And instead of this for the other values, let's say we want to make the color of them to be black, as same as before, but we want some border for them. So we have border of 1 pixel, solid, and it's good to have again this color for our borders. And we can have the same color for our color of the text too. Now you see this is how it's gonna show, but pay attention that here we need to change the color, and let's make this white here. Okay, now you see this is the default one, and these are the other page that we can go with. Of course, you can have this to be your hover effect and anything that you want, that you can use this kind of pagination if you are going to show lots of content, posts, or products in your web page. In this part, we're going to talk about multiple columns in CSS and some user interface settings and tricks that we can have. So first of all, let's say we have simple h1 right here, which tells this is some text about web. And after this, here we have simple paragraph tag with lots of text going on here. So let's say we have 300 words like here. You see, this is how it's gonna show to us. But maybe we don't want this to be this solid thing, and we can have multiple columns all along our web page and show them in those. So for that, we're going to select our parent tag, which here is our body, that we can have maybe some simple div here instead of our body. And here inside our div, we're going to use our column-count property. So here we can define how many columns that we want our document to have. For example, let's say we want 2 here. Now you'll see it's going to start from here, come all along to here, and then continues from top of the second one right here. And you see we have this kind of gap between our columns that we can control this too. So to control that, here we write our column-gap property and give this what we want. For example, let's say we want this to be 20 pixels. We write that, and here we have that. We can have 50 pixels, you see right here. For example, we can make this 50 pixel, and now you'll see we have 50 pixel gap between our columns. And here you can make this 0 to have no gap right here, but this is not good, so I'm gonna make this 5 pixel here. But you see, these are not divided very good. So we can have another thing of column rule that we can define, and that has 3 parameters. First one is our column rule style, which how we want the style of our rule. For example, let's say I want mine solid here. After this, we have column rule color right here. Let's say I want mine to be red. And then after this, we have column rule width, which here we can define how we want the width of our rule to be. For example, if I make this 5 pixel, you can see this is going to be thicker right here. And you can use this along with gap to have better results here. So let's make this 2 pixel here and have some gap. This is how it's gonna show. And of course, you can have your shorthand of column rule right here. So you write only, for example, 2 pixels, solid red right here, and you get the same result as before. And pay attention that you can change your count of columns
and still they're gonna divide all of them by these rules right here. For example, let's say we want to have 4 of them right here. Okay, doesn't matter, it's gonna change automatically. But you see, we don't want our title to be this kind only in the one. We want this to go all along our web page and then other things going on here. We can have this separately in the top of our div to have this just like this, or we can have this in our container div, and here we need to target our heading and give this column-span property. And if I make this all right here, you see it's gonna take all of the space that it needs and go 100 in the width, and then the content is going to divide below that. But let's say we have this kind of aspect ratio for our website, but maybe you don't want your columns to be this kind of thing. You want them all off, for example, to be in 100 pixel, 200 pixel. You can do that by removing this column count, and here instead of that, add your column width property. And here you can give, for example, 100 pixel, and that is going to divide your text to multiple 100 pixels right here. Again, you can have anything that you want. Maybe you wanted 300, 500, doesn't matter. It's gonna do the thing automatically for you. Another thing that we're going to talk about in this part is our resize property in our user interface. So when we have some things that we can resize in our web page, let's say we have our text area right here. You see here we can write anything that we want and we can resize this as we want. But here we have some tricks to avoid and control them too. So we can have select our text area right here, and here we have our resize property that we can make this, for example, horizontal. Now you see, if I want to change and resize my text area, I only can do it horizontal and not vertical. And again, we have this for vertical too. And in this mode, I can change only for vertical and not horizontal. And we have the both keyword that I can change both of them as before. And pay attention that we have this non-value here, which don't let me to resize any more. And we can have anything work with these resize things. For example, let's say here we have simple div here with some heading inside of this with title here, and then maybe we have some paragraph right here, then a line here, and some other words. Now here, if I select my div instead of my text area right here, and give this, let's say, border of 1 pixel solid black to show to us, you see this is our div. And if I make the resize of this, for example, horizontal, and make my overflow to hidden, you see now we got this thing going on that I can change width of my div right here. And of course, you know that we have this for vertical. So here I can change this based on vertical values. And of course, I can have this in both option, which I can change however that I want. And I can have this none to this to be the fix and can't change anything of this. Here, let's say we have our border to be thicker 5 pixel right here. And then after this, we have another outline right here, which again is 5 pixel solid, but maybe in the red color. So you see how we have these two beside each other. And we can actually make the text of our div to be centered so this display nicer. And then we have another thing that we can have to pass a space between this red and black line right here. And we are going to use that by our outline offset property. That here, for example, if I give this 5 pixel right here, you see now we have this 5 pixel gap going on all along our border, offset, and outline. In this part, we're going to talk about CSS variables and how to use them to get better results in our web page. Let's say here we have simple H1 with our title inside of it. Then we have some paragraph going on right here. And then after this, we might have some button right here which says click me. And then let's say we have an unordered list with 5 list items inside of it, which are item 1 through 5. Now, when we want to style them, we can select all of them differently and give them values. For example, we can have our H1 and make the color of that blue, for example. Or we can make our list items background to be green, or maybe our button to be blue again, and maybe the color to be white. But of course, you know that we can different values, something like these going on. But if I want to have the same color of this here too, I need to copy this one right here and give this here. And if, for example, I have a long page, I might need many hundreds of these lines in my code. And if I want to change them, I need to go and change all of them one by one. So instead of those, we have something called variables in our CSS, which means we give this one value and we set this to use the same thing here. And to use that here, first, we need to give double column right here. And here we need to have our root right here. And inside of this, we can define variables by Q hyphen and then the name of the variable that we want. For example, here I want my blue dash text. And here I can give this value which I want. For example, mine is this. Now here, instead of these, I can use simply var method, and inside of this, I can use my variable. Now you see I have the same thing going on here, but I didn't give the RGB value. I only give the variable name to here. Again, I can have the same thing going on for this one too. And now you'll see we have this going on. And how we're going to use this in our design. For example, let's say here we have here first, let's select all of our elements right here. We have our H1 here, then we have our paragraph going on. After that, we have our button, and then we have our unordered list here, and then our list items. And here we can have some colors to set to create our palette of web and work with this. So here, let's say we want our color to some light thing. Let's say this is good. Okay, here we define one light text variable and give this a value of the color that we want. After that, we might have some dark text going on in our design. So we can have this maybe to be simple black here. Then for dark background, maybe we want this kind of color right here. So we add this color to our dark background, which I'm gonna say dark BG right here. And then we might have some light BG going on in our designs. And for this, let's make this to be this kind of color. And we can have our borders. And here we can define all of the things that we got right here. For example, for the background of our paragraph, we want this to be dark. So here we use our background and give this var function, and here we select dark BG right here. Now you'll see we got our dark background right here. And again, we can have the color of our text to change to var light text here. You see, now we are going to change this just like this. And let's say we want the same thing going for our button too. Okay, we can have this. Now you see we have this button and this paragraph in this mode. And maybe we want our unordered list background to be our light background, which we have defined. You see, we have this. And for the list item, let's make the color of these to be our light text here. Now you see we can change all of them just by changing our root right here. For example, let's say we want our light text to be some blue thing going on right here. You see now all of them has changed. Maybe you want to change your black text to be this kind of color. You see now if I, for example, give this color of dark text, this is going to change to that color. Of course, you can change your dark background to be whatever that you want. Let's say you want this to be this thing, your light background. You can change anything that you want, and that is going to apply to your web. And you can have, for example, let's say you want your background color too, and you want to create that in your button. Okay, you give 2 right here. Let's say we want to name this BG2 right here. Then you need to give your color that you want, and that is going to be applied. For example, let's say we want this to be this kind of green thing going on. Now we have this BG2 variable working, and we can make, for example, we can make the background of our bottom, for example, to be BG2. But what if I want to make this one BG2? You see, if I type BG2 right here, it's not gonna show. And that is because we defined this inside our button. And this is going to be local and working only here in the button. But if we want to use this all along our web page, we will need to come and give this in the root. So now if I add my semicolon right here, you see we have this BG2 working both for the button and UL right here.
In this part, we're going to talk about Flexbox and how to use and embed that in our designs. So in many cases, you don't want your elements to align static, and you want to change how your elements show based on which size of the user's browser is going to be. One of the way we can do and align our elements the way that we want is our Flexbox. And to do that, we need simple div with the class name of container right here, so we can have our divs inside this. Let's say I have 6 div here, which they have number 1 to 6 inside them. And let's give our divs blue kind of background, something like this, and maybe we want some margins all along our divs. And we can have our border so we can see our divs separately. Now here you see I have 6 div, but let's say I want to make all of them in the one line. You know that we have our display modes that we can play with them and change this. For example, if I make this inline, you see how it's going to be. Against this, we have inline block thing that it keeps the margins and box sizing all along with making our divs inline. But another way of doing this is to have our flex mode going on here. And in this mode, we're going to target our divs and make them inline. But we can do whatever we want to position them in the way we want. For example, here we have another property called flex direction, that here we can define in which direction we want our container to stack the flex items. The first div that is parent is going to be our container, and these one are flex items. So here we can say, for example, we want them to be in column. Now you see we have this kind of stack going on in our container. After this, we have column dash reversed, which is going to make this upside down and start from the 6 and go to 1. After this, we have our row right here, which is the basic simple thing that we got in the first place, and again row reverse one, which is going to start from 6 and go to 1, and this is going to stack them from right to left. And now let's add class name for our flex items too, which class name is going to be flex-items. And here, if I target my flex items right here, I can have maybe a width of 50 pixels for each of them that you can see right here. And after this, I can make this, for example, 80 pixel. It's going to show us just like this. But you see, we can't get this 80 pixel right here. And that's where we can use our flex wrap property. And here, if I make this into wrap, it's going to change how these are going to display and give us the number that we want. For example, if I make this 90 pixel right here, you can see it makes the divs 90 pixel, then arrange them to give us the value. And if I make this the simple row, you see that we have the first one, the second one, and because the third one can't fit here, it's going to come one line below. Of course, here we can have wrap reverse, so it's going to start from end to finish, and after this we can have no wrap, which is going to stay just as it is in normal. And another thing that we can use instead of using two properties is we can use our flex-flow property right here. That here, first we're going to use our direction that we want. Let's say we want this to be in row reverse. And then here we're going to type we want the wrap or no wrap or reverse wrap right here. Let's say we want this to be wrap. Now you'll see it's going to apply right here. And if I change this, this is going to be row wrap right here. Another thing that we can have is to how we want to show our elements in the width of our container. So here we have another property called justify content. And here we have several things. The first one is our baseline, which is going to start from the left and put these right here. And after this, we can have the opposite of this, which is end. And this is going to put all of them into left side. But pay attention that our direction is from left to right, but the places of our elements is right to left. And if I make this, for example, 80 pixel, you see we have 1, 2, 3, then coming for 4, 5, 6. And if I make this, for example, 50 pixel right here, you can see if we have some of them on the top and not fitting others in the first line, it's going to make them come to the next line and started from left to right in the order, but positioning them in the left side. After this, we have center mode, which we can use this to center our flex items inside our flex container. And you know that because this is flex, so it is dynamic. And now we can have this, and whenever our flex can fit these little items inside our first line, it's going to take that and make this to the next line. So let's have this here and a little zoomed in, and maybe we want our width to be 60 pixel right here. After this, we can baseline again with the keyword of flex start, and that's going to do the same thing for us, and flex end going to do the same thing as end to us. After this one, we got another value of the space around between and evenly. For space around 1, you see this is going to take our div and make space all around our divs. So for example, here if I have only 3 divs right here and they are 20 pixels maybe, you see we have some spaces here and 2 other even spaces right here. And this space is equal with this space, and these two are equal. And in all of the element, these two equals one of these spaces. After this space around, we have space between keyword, which is going to put one of the elements in the first, one other to the last, and spread the space between of them between our elements. You see now this is in the center. And of course, if I have another div right here, you see that we have this even spaces going on. And after this, we have space evenly comes right here, which is going to make these parts as same as these parts. Pay attention that when we have space around, these parts are going to have little spaces than this one, but when we use space evenly value, we got all of the spaces as same as they are. But let's say here in our container, we have the height of 200 pixels. And let's say we have the same height of 20 pixels for our flex items. You see now these are in the top of our container. So what we can do for changing these, we can use property called align-items. And here again we have the same things we have for justify content. We have the baseline, then we have our end, which is going to put them in the bottom of our element. We can have this in center, as you see, which they are going to be center inside our div vertically. And let's say if we have some other divs right here going on, and maybe the width of them are 80 pixel right here, you can see we have this kind of positioning. And these are going to be center. And you know that if I make this flex end, they are going to the bottom, and make this flex start, it's going to come to top. Another thing that we can have here is our stretch mode, which when we use this, it stretches the flex items to fill the container as default it was. Now let's say we don't have height in this part, and these are going to shown just like this. And now let's say we have different height for each of these. So here I'm gonna give my divs another class names of item 1 through 6. Our item 1 to have 15 pixels here. Let's say we want our item 2 to have height of maybe 20 pixels. Our item 3, let's say it has height of 50 pixels. And maybe another 30 pixels right here. And we don't need these two here. So let me comment these out. And now here, if I make the width to the 20 pixels, so we get all of them in the one line, you can see we can use this align items, for example, to put to center. You see now all of them is centered based on their height. And another thing that we can have here is to, let's say we want all 6 of our divs right here at the same height. But let's say all of these are 80 pixel with the width. Here you can see how it's going to manage and position them. So we can use align content property right here, how we want our divs to be displayed based on the height. For example, here, if I use my center, you see all of them are going to come and attach to the center. Of course, we have this with the end, which are they going to be in the bottom. We have them to be in the start of our container, and other values right space around, space between, and space evenly right here. And for the times you want to center something inside of your container, let's say here we have only one item in our element. And let's say we have the width and height of 80 pixel for the both, and we want this number to be centered here. So we're gonna make the display of this flex item to the flex. And now here we can use our properties. Let's say we want our justify content to be center, then our align items to be center too. Now you'll see it's come to the perfect center of our element. After this, let's say we have our simple div right here, just with our background and border. And let's say we have 6 items right here. And let's actually add our margin here too, so we can see them separately. You saw that if we make the container of our elements to be displayed flex, we are going to have those control. And when we use this, the direct children of this element are going to be displayed as flex items automatically. But again, we can have control on these flex items too. So let's add their class name to our CSS. And now let's talk about flex item properties. The first one that we can have is our order property. You saw that here we have this order going on, which is come from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. But we can change the order by typing this order property right here. For example, if I make the order of this to the 7, you see that this is going to be in the last and not the second one. Of course, we can have this for all of our elements right here. For example, we want to make the order of our fourth item to be 8. Okay, you see now this comes to last. And if you have this order for all of them, you can give this order how you want. For example, let's say we want this to be third one, then this be fifth, 1, 2, 6, and 4. Now you see it's going to be aligned as we give these orders right here. Let's delete our orders right here. Another thing that we can have here is our flex grow property. And if I use my flex grow property right here and give this number 1, you see how it's going to grow and take all of the free space inside our div. Of course, we can have the same thing going on for other values too. And now you see these three are taking more space than these one. But if you want your, for example, fourth element to take double size of your third one, here you're gonna make how you want your grow to be. For example, if I make this 2, you see this has double size getting of this. Of course, you can have any value that you want. And we have flex shrink property right here too. And this is going to work whenever, for example, we have our flex items to have the width of maybe 50 pixel. Now you see they are not going to be 50 pixel because we don't have wrap right here, that if I use my flex wrap and set this to wrap, we are going to get all that 50 pixel. But because we don't have this, the flex is going to shrink these to the size. But if we make the flex shrink to the 0, you see now that item is not gonna be shrinked and resized and be smaller. And after this, we have another value of flex basis right here. That if we give some values for this, for example, let's say we have 100 pixel right here, actually make this wrap right here. And here we can have our flex basis property right here that we can give this what size that we want. For example, let's say we want this to be 20 pixels and that is going to be 20 pixels. We can have this in 50 pixels. Okay, we can have this. And if I make this to the wrap, you see now if I make this, for example, 80 pixel, this is going to take 80 pixel of the width. And after this, we have another value of align self, which here, let's say we have the height of 50 pixel in our first item. And let's make this not wrap. And our item 2's height is going to be maybe 40 pixel right here. Now you see this difference going on. Here, for example, in item 2, we can use align self property and make this how we want. For example, if we want this to be center, you see now this is going to be center as our first one. And of course, we can have this baseline, which is going to sit right here. We can have this in the end. So it's going to attach to here and other values that you learned along this part.
In this part, we're going to cover media queries in CSS. For creating responsive websites, you need to make your websites to change how it shows elements based off the size of your browser. So one of the ways that we learned together was Flexbox. Another way that we can use this is our media queries. So here, let's say we have simple H1 with title inside of it. And then let's say we have some paragraph here with 5 words inside. And then maybe we have some line break and bunch of other words right here. So as you see, this is going to be shown as this is for all of the sizes. But let's say we want to change those based on what size we want. For example, let's say we want our H1 to have some border right here, 1 pixel solid, and we want to make the text to the center when we see it in the large scales. And we have the same thing going on for and we can have the same thing going on for our paragraphs too. But let's say we want, when we shrink the page from the large size to the small size, these properties and texts come from left to right. So to do this, we are going to use media queries. And to use media queries, here we type media screen right here. And then we put and here is where we are defining what is our statement which we are going to follow. For example, let's say we want the max width right here. So when we want our max width to be, let's say, 700 pixel, then inside of these curly braces, we're going to give the values that we want. And here we're going to override our CSS. So here, let's say we want our H1 to have its text be from left. Now you see, until 700 pixel, it's going to make the text to the left. But if I pass that 700, you see that it's come to the middle and applying this base thing that we have here. Of course, we can have this for min height. So when we go above 700, it's gonna be, let's say, in the right. Now you see here, because I'm below 700 in the width, this is going to be in the left side. But if I pass to the 700, this is going to be in the right side. And of course, we can change all of the properties that we want. For example, let's say we want this to give the background of red when we pass 700. So when we larger than 700, we get this background right here. And you can scale all of your elements and designs based on this, so you can get your responsive web design. In this part, we're going to cover CSS grid layout. So first of all, let's say we have simple container right here. And inside this div, we have 9 divs with the class name of item. And let's number them so we can see them better. And here in our CSS file, we're going to select our container first and then our items right here. So here, let's say we have background for our container. Let's say we have this kind of background here. And let's make the text colors to be some light thing. Okay, this is good. For using grid, we need to set grid to our display property. And here, if I use grid, it's going to apply to our web page. But the first property in our grid is our grid template columns. And here, we need to define the number of columns that we want in our grid layout. And this can define the width of each column. For example, here, if I want to have 3 columns, here I'm gonna use auto keyword 3 times. So how many columns that we want, we're going to set that number of auto right here. If we want this to be 4, we add another one, 5, we add another one, and this type going on. For example, let's say here we want to have 3 columns right here. But we can define how much size that we want for each column. For example, let's say we want the first one to be 50 pixels. Okay, it's going to be applied. The second one, let's say we want this to be in 300 pixels. And the last one, let's say we want this to be only in 10 pixels. And if I zoom out, you see how it's going to apply. And if I change the background color of our items to something like maybe purple right here, so you can see how it changed. And if I have simple border going on here, you can see how it's gonna change. And if I change this, for example, to 40 pixels, you see now it takes 40 pixels. And let's actually make the text inside of these to be in the center to display a little better. And let's say we have some padding going on. 20 pixels is actually padding. Yeah. Now let's make all of them to the auto mode so we can have this kind of thing going on, which is responsive and going to separate our container to 3 columns and put our items inside that. But let's say we want different size for each row in our design. So here we're going to use grid template rows right here and give the values that we want. Let's say we want to have 100 pixel for our first row, and then we want 150 pixel for our second one, and let's say maybe 50 pixel for our last one. You see that is going to be applied. And of course, if we don't use them, it's going to make auto for all of them. Just like this. But if we don't want these to be this kind of taking all space of our design, we can use our flex values that we learned in the last part. For example, we can use our justify content. And if I make this center, you see now we have our paddings right here, but they are not going to fill all of these free spaces. And of course, we can have this for flex end, flex start, and other values. Let's say here we want this to be in space evenly. Now you'll see we have this kind of design going on. And just like this, we can use our align content too. So let's make this align content to be spaced evenly again. Now you'll see if I add some height to my container, let's say 500 pixels. Now you'll see how it's going to be show and change the items positions. Another way that we can have these spaces between our items is we can delete all of these ones right here. So we can have this simple 3x3 template going on. And here we have another property called column gap. And here, if I give this, for example, 30 pixel, you see now we have 30 pixel spaces between our columns. And just like this, we have another one called row gap. And if I give this 30 pixel either, you can see now we have this 30 pixel going on here too. And here we can have our shorthand of gap right here. So here, if we use, for example, 30 pixel, you see it's going to set both of the column gap and row gap to 30 pixel. But if we want to change that, so let's make this to be 60 pixel. Here, this is going to be applied to the row gap, and then this is going to be applied to the column gap. Now let's say we want both of them to be in the 30 pixels, but in some cases, maybe we want our first item to take, let's say, 2 places instead of 1. So here we need to have some class for this. So let's say we have another class of item 1 right here. And here, if I target that, we can use our grid column start and end to set how we want our item to be shown. So here we write our grid column start and give this the value of 1, for example. And after this, we are going to have our grid column end. And here, let's say 3. You see, now it's going to take 2 spaces instead of 1. And if you ask why we put 3 here, because we have our grid lines in our design. Here we have our first one. So this is our column line 1. This is our column line 2, 3, and 4. And for the rows, we have row line 1, row line 2, 3, and 4 again. So here you can see I can change this how I want. And if I want to end that in the fourth one, I can use 4, and that's going to take all of the space here. And pay attention, if I give this some value that is not here, for example, here we have only 4 lines for our columns. If I give this 5, you see this is going to add another line and put all of the grid items inside that layout. So this is as same as we add another auto and another column to our design. So let's make this 4 again. But let's say we want the start to be started from our second line. You see now here we get our first item started from the second line and continued until our fourth one. And the same thing going for our rows. So here we can have our grid row start and grid row end right here. And let's say we want the start of our grid to be in the 1, but we want end of it to be in the third one. You see now we have started from 1, covered 2, and ended in the 3. And if we use this, you see it's going to fill the empty spaces with the grid items that comes after this one. You see now we have 2 here, 3 here, and we have our 1 here, because we defined this to take only this space, and grid is going to fill this, and these one automatically. But if I don't have, for example, columns right here and only changing the row ones, you see it's going to take this space and these one going to fill automatically with our grid system. And another way of doing this is we can use our grid, column, and row properties. So here first we're going to put the number that we want our grid column start. Let's say here we want this to be 2, and then we're going to put a slash, and then after this here we're going to put the line that we want our item to end before. So in this case, let's say 4. You see now our item is starting from our second line and ended in our last line, which is line number 2 and line number 4. And the same thing going for grid row 2. And let's say here we want this to start from the second line and end in fourth line. You see we have started in the second, we have covered third one and ended before our fourth line. And of course, if I have this for the 5, you can see it's going to change the template of our grid, which we defined right here, and fill the free spaces by other items and elements. Let's say we have to start from 1 and end in 3. You see, this is how it's gonna look. And another thing that we can have here is our span keyword. And pay attention, in this mode, it's going to cover our 3 and end after this 3. So if I put 2 right here, you see it's going to cover the second line and end before the one after we put right here. So in this case, it's 2. And of course, we can have, for example, 3. It's going to be as same as this one being 4. And just like this, we can have other values. 5 is like this. The span 5 is going to have another column going on. And we can have the same thing going for our grid row. So here you see we have 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And if I add a span right here, you can see we are getting one more row after all of our rows. So what these are, basically, we have our grid column start, then we have our grid column end. After this, we have our grid row start, and then our grid row end. We shorthanded all of these 4 properties in these 2. And again, we can shorthand both of these and all of these one in only one property. And that is grid area we are going to use. Here, the first one is the grid row start that we put here. For example, let's say we want 2 right here. Then we put a slash right here. Then we put grid column start right here. Let's say we want that to be 2 either. And then here we can have another slash, which is going to be grid row end. And let's make this 4 right here. Now you see it took to the number 4. And let's actually make this maybe span 4 so we cover the 4th line too. And after this, we're going to put our grid column end. And let's say we want this to be 4. Now you'll see this is going to be how much space we took, and all of others going to be right here. And of course, you can use all of these with your media queries, Flexbox going on. For example, here you can use your items to be flex, to be displayed flex. And let's say we want our justify content to be center, and then we want our align items to be center. Okay, we can have this just like this, so we center all of the values. Or maybe we want our justify to be in the end. We can have this, we can do anything that we want.
Please give a like and subscribe to catch next videos.